കേരളരെയൊക്കെ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒന്ന് ജസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടൊന്ന് വെൽക്കം ഒക്കെ ചെയ്ത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടു അതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നവരൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ബാക്കിയുള്ളവരല്ല അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് ഇതടിച്ചാൽ മതി. ജോണൊന്ന് ആ ചാറ്റില്ലേ അല്ല ചാറ്റല്ല, പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ഇല്ലേ, പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ഒന്ന് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴത്തേന് എത്ര പേരുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് കിട്ടും. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടേത് 13 പേര് കയറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് കണ്ടോ? അതൊന്ന് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്താൽ മതി, അപ്പോഴത്തേന് പേരെല്ലാം കിട്ടും. വെച്ചൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോണ്ട് ഇരുന്നോളാം മതി. അത് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് കിട്ടിയത് 15 പേരായി. ഉണ്ടോ?
ഹലോ സർ, കേൾക്കാമോ?
ഫൈൻ, കേൾക്കാം ഉമ. വെരി ക്ലിയർ, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ക്ലിയർ. Your sound is very clear and now we have total 15.
Okay.
ആയി വന്നു. Welcome, Professor Joseph. ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. പറയാം എന്താ?
Hello, Professor.
Hello, Professor. Hi.
Yes, good morning. How are you? Good morning from Ghana.
Good. Yes.
It is 5:30 in the afternoon in India.
Yeah. It's going to be 5:30. I'm John Mulakatu.
Oh, 5:30. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Professor Mulakatu. Yeah.
Yeah.
See you. Yeah. Yes, you were in South Africa, so we met. So, yeah, so good to see you.
After nearly 11 years. Yeah.
After 11 years. Yeah. Yes, I see. Yeah, so we are waiting for
Professor Joseph and Chatukulam.
Yes. So I'll do the PowerPoint. I'll do it from here. So I'll continue from my end. So no problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the PowerPoint will be done from your side only. Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes. Unless I can't do it from my side, but I think I can do it from my side. I've been doing that, so no problem. Yes.
Okay. Fine. Yeah. So now you are attached to the University of Ghana, I believe.
Oh, yes. I'm back to the Department of Political Science. I've been there since 2016.
Okay.
So I only supervise PhDs and MPhils.
Okay.
I don't teach at the undergraduate level.
Okay. I know. Yeah.
Some of us are old now. I'm 68, so I need to slow down. So you can work up to 70 years in Ghana.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that's it. So after that, then of course I can do other things.
Yeah.
So have you been back to Durban?
Okay. No, I've never been back to Durban. In fact, there were a couple of conferences which I think they invited me, but then I couldn't go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I'm in touch with UFO. Sometimes I send him messages and all that. Now he's
Okay.
he's a big
Yeah.
man now in
Yes.
the African Heritage Foundation. Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
a lot of organizing work. Yeah.
I see. But is the Gandhi Lutuli chair, is it still there? Is it still, I mean, since I left, I have not been touched.
No, it's not there. I think do you remember the meeting that we had with the Consul General?
Yes.
Unfortunately, he messed up things.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. You had
Yes.
your apprehensions then itself, I remember. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I see. And since Ufo also left, I'm sure
Yeah.
everything will have died down. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
The chair was actually set up, and at that time, a person called Harshvardhan Shringla.
Yes.
He was actually the consul general, and
Okay.
he was a very good person, and he knew that this
നേരത്തെ വന്നായിരുന്നു. അവിടെ പോയി
there's a lot of disturbance.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's now the foreign secretary of government of India.
Okay,
So,
I see.
so within a period of 10 years, this Harshvardhan Shringla, he rose to the highest ranks in bureaucracy.
Oh, I see.
In the
Okay.
foreign, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
If he was there in Durban, the chair would have continued.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
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 Okay.
കൗൺസിലേഷൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും കുഴപ്പമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇതായിട്ട് പറ്റിയാൽ മനസ്സിലായി.
ഉമ മറ്റേ മൈക്ക് മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞേക്കണേ ഉമ.
Dr. Uma,
Jose, sound.
I am only.
ജോസ് ആ സൗണ്ട് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ബ്ലർ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ, സൗണ്ട് ജോസിന്റെ. ജോസെ സൗണ്ട്
audible?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
okay.
Some disturbance.
There's some disturbance in your, I think maybe the microphone or there's, it's blurring, you know, the. Lot of background noise also is there.
അതിപ്പോ എനിക്കിവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക്
Good evening, Mr. Chatakulam.
കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
കുഴപ്പമുണ്ട്. സ്പീഡ് കുറവ്. പക്ഷെ ഡോക്ടർ മാത്യു കണക്റ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ സ്പീഡ് ഉണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. ഇപ്പൊ സ്പീഡ് ഉണ്ട്.
ഹലോ.
We can hear you, yeah. We can hear you well.
Fine. അത് സൗണ്ട് കുറച്ച്
ക്യാമറ ഓൺ ആക്കണ്ടേ? സ്റ്റാർട്ട് വീഡിയോ.
ഓക്കെ.
ഇല്ല.
Good evening, Mr. Chatukulam.
Yes, fine. Oh.
Good evening.
Corporaji, fine.
Fine, thank you.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Hello, how are you? Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay.
ഇവിടെ
പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസിന്റെ അല്ലേ? ഇതല്ലേ
സെന്റർ ഫോർ റൂറൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റ്. ഒന്ന് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്ത്
അത് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യണം.
ഹലോ.
ഇതോ? അപ്പൊ ഇതല്ലേ?
ഒന്ന് ചെയ്യണ്ട, ക്യാൻസൽ ചെയ്യണം.
ഇതോ? ക്യാൻസൽ ചെയ്യണം.
ഇത് ക്യാൻസൽ ഒന്ന് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്താൽ മതി.
ചെയ്യണം. ഇനി എന്നാ ചെയ്യണം? അല്ല, അത് ഇവിടെയാ കിട്ടുന്നത്. ഇത് വെച്ചില്ല, നോക്കണ്ടേ?
Hello. Chandrapal speaking.
Oh, fine, Chandrapal. Advocate Chandrapal, fine.
It's a pleasure to join the meeting.
Oh, fine.
Hope to continue this meeting for 3 days.
Yeah, it is actually for 5 days program.
It's for 4 days. Isn't it?
5 days. It is up to 14.
5 days. Okay, right. So today is only inaugural.
Yeah, no. After inaugural, there is one session.
Okay, there's one session also.
Yeah, we have one session.
রান্না করে নিয়ে তো কি হয়েছে মা? তুমি শিখিয়ে দিলে আমি সব পারবো।
মিথ্যে বলার ভয় কতটা ভয়ঙ্কর তা আজ
যাচ্ছেন আপনি?
আগে জানা
Oh, fine. Buddhadev. Oh,
Yeah.
Steve.
কিছু পারে আর ভালো করে অন্যায় আছে মিথ্যে কথা বলে বিয়ে করে তারা আপনাকে বিশ্বাস আপনাকে
আমি তাছাড়া এই কথা আপনার মুখেও মানায় না।
6 പേരെ കണക്റ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
এ তো একটা অনেক বড় সত্যি থেকে না।
আমি
কাল রাতে আপনি কোথায় গেছিলেন, তার সাথে সময় কাটিয়েছেন, সেটাও তো বাড়ির কাউকে আপনি বাবুর মুখে কথা বলা আর সত্য গোপন করার মধ্যে একটু বিশেষ পার্থক্য। তাই আপনিও তো এর আগে কেন জানানো আপনার সাথে কাজলের সম্পর্ক আছে?
কিন্তু আপনি যাবেন আপনাদের মতো লিখে রাখতে ওরা আবেগ আর যদি আমার প্রকাশ হয়ে যাবে থেকে লুকিয়ে রাখতে সবাই আমি আপনি তো আপনার বোনকে পর্যন্ত ঢুকিয়েছেন।
Josh, I think we should start now.
একদম সরি, তুমি একদম ঠিক সময় এসেছো।
আমার তো মনে হচ্ছে আমি এসে পরে তোদেরকে ডিস্টার্বই করলাম।
না না, একদম তো ডিস্টার্ব করবো না। আসলে আমি আমার বউর কাছে কিছু জিনিস আপনার বলতে
বটে কি আপনার একটু শুনি? না না, যদি আমার শোনার মতো হয় আমি তাহলেই শুনতে পারি।
I think you can mute the person whose mic is as the organizer. I think you will be able to mute mics are.
কি বললো? মাংস শুদ্ধ দুটো সবাই ভালোবাসে। তুই তো তোমার লিস্ট বানিয়েছিস আমি? না না না, তুমি কি করে একা একা করে রান্না করবে বলতো?
বলছো কি? তো ভগবতী বউ হবে। এই সমস্ত ওর কাছে না হয় না খেলে চোখে
কি মুশকিল। আচ্ছা শোন, তোর চলে যাচ্ছে, ওটা করে আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকবে, প্রত্যেক দিন তোর পছন্দ মতো রান্না ও বানিয়ে বসতে
বললো
Please unmute your mic. Sorry, mute your mic, please.
Shall we start? My
হয়ে গেছে, সব ডিসাইডেড। আমি
Please mute your mic.
যাতে সত্যি আমরা ভীষণ ভালো আছি। আমি জানতাম যে আমাদের আগের ঘটনা তার থেকে
Can you hear me, sir? John, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. But this, sound coming in between, I hope everyone will mute the mic so that we can start. Joseph,
Dr. Ghosh, if you could please mute yourself. Dr. Sukhdev Ghosh, could you please mute yourself?
Mute, yes.
There is a screen.
Mute the mic.
Yeah.
Mute the mic.
On your left
getting
side, there is a
on the left.
Yeah, there is a picture of a microphone. Please press.
Yes. Done.
Okay. Okay.
We will start now. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all our participants who have joined us from several time zones across the world. My name is Uma Purushothaman, and I teach at the Department of International Relations and Politics at the Central University of Kerala. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all the delegates to this very timely international conference on rethinking the role of local governments in a post-COVID world, being organized by the Center for Gandhian Studies, Central University of Kerala, and the Center for Rural Management. Before proceeding further, a few introductory words about the organizers of this conference, the Central University of Kerala and the Center for Rural Management. The Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, came into being in 2009. The university is located at Periya in Kasaragod, the northernmost district of Kerala. In terms of faculty and students, it is a microcosm of the nation. There are 27 teaching departments in the university. The Department of International Relations, based in the School of Global Studies, was started in 2012. It offers master's and doctoral studies in international relations and political science. The university is poised to emerge as the foremost center for postgraduate studies in Kerala and one of the leading institutions in South India in the foreseeable future. The Center for Rural Management is an autonomous, multifaceted research organization located in Kottayam, Kerala. Established in 1990 under the Charitable Societies Act, the center has been concentrating on research, project evaluation, training, consultancy, and social action. The center has been assigned projects by the Ford Foundation, Institute of Development Studies, the Government of Kerala, Government of India, among others. The center has published a number of manuscripts, books, and articles. The CRM works jointly with other think tanks, and civil society groups, as well as universities, research institutions, and local governments. The center plans to launch a monthly online journal, Kerala Chronicle on Local Governance, on 26 January 2021, which is the next Republic Day of India. On behalf of the organizers, I welcome all our participants and guests to this 5-day conference, which is truly international. We have participants from 15 countries representing different streams in academia who will be speaking to us over the next 5 days over 11 panel discussions. We look forward to listening to our delegates, and we hope to have enriching discussions and presentations. Let me now move on to the business end of this inaugural function. This is how the inaugural function is structured. First, we'll have a welcome address by one of the chief organizers of this conference, Professor M.S. John, who is also my colleague. This will be followed by the inaugural address by Professor H. Venkateshwarlu, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Kerala, followed by the keynote address by Professor Joseph I. from the University of Ghana. We will conclude the inaugural function with a vote of thanks by Dr. Jose Chathukulam, the other main organizer of this conference. May I request all participants to kindly mute their microphones throughout these sessions unless they are called on to speak, so that we can listen to the speakers without any disturbance. Without further ado and without overstaying my welcome, let me now call on Professor M.S. John, Professor at the Department of International Relations and Politics and Coordinator, Center for Gandhian Studies, Central University of Kerala, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is expected to join us any time because he's in a meeting in Hyderabad, an urgent meeting. Professor Joseph I, the keynote speaker, Professor Joseph Chathugulam, Dr. Uma, distinguished colleagues from India and across the world, and my dear friends. I consider it a privilege to welcome you all to this inaugural session of the webinar on rethinking the role of local governments in a post-COVID world. As you all know, it's a joint effort of the Center for Gandhian Studies of Central University of Kerala and the Center for Rural Management, Kottayam, headed by Professor Joseph Chathugulam. The concept of a webinar of this kind arose when we found that local governments everywhere were in the forefront of the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. We felt the pandemic would prompt policymakers across the world not only to deepen decentralization and democracy in terms of further devolution of functions and resources, but also to capacitate them to manage crises of this kind. We thought that an international webinar would allow us to learn from the experiences of different countries as well as different states in India. For example, the state of Orissa in the east of this country went to the extent of granting magisterial powers to the heads of local bodies during the pandemic. This was really unprecedented. Now, without further ado, I would like to attend to the task of formally welcoming you all to this 5-day event. First of all, I would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor H. Venkateshwarlu. Ever since assuming the charge of the university in August this year, he has been working sincerely for the good of the university and rendering unflinching support to all the initiatives taken by the faculty. Although he is away in Hyderabad to attend some important meetings, and currently he is doing that, he has actually promised us to join at least for a couple of minutes. So although he is absent, for formal purpose, I welcome him. We are very fortunate to have a very distinguished professor, Professor Joseph I, to deliver the keynote address. He is one of the most renowned scholars in the field of decentralization. On a personal note, he was also the Deputy Vice Chancellor and head of my school when I was a professor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. He is currently a distinguished professor at University of Ghana. Professor I was Dean of the Faculty of Social Studies, University of Ghana, and the Executive Director, Center for Policy Research and Social Engineering. He is also a gem of a person. I sincerely welcome you to this function. Professor Joseph Chathugulam is my friend and research collaborator. Until recently, he was the Sri Ramakrishna Hegde Chair Professor in Decentralization and Development at Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore. He is also the Director of the Center for Rural Management. I extend to you a very warm welcome. I also welcome my colleague, Dr. Uma Purushothaman, who has generously agreed to serve as the anchor. Finally, I welcome all the distinguished panelists from India and across the world. Your sincere cooperation in this project has enlivened our spirits. On behalf of the organizers, I also welcome all the eminent scholars and practitioners who have agreed to chair the different sessions. I also welcome my colleagues from Central University of Kerala, our distinguished invitees, PhD candidates, students, and well-wishers. Let us hope this webinar will generate very useful ideas and realistic policy directions. Thank you. I think since the Vice Chancellor is not around, we can ask Professor I to, yeah.
Vice Chancellor has joined, sir. You could welcome.
Okay. Welcome, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, welcome, sir. Professor Venkateshwarlu.
May I now call upon the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Kerala, Professor H. Venkateshwarlu, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, can you hear us, sir? I can see that the Vice Chancellor has joined us, but there seems to be some problem with the connectivity, maybe. So I think there's some problem with connectivity, so.
Okay, in which case I think we will invite Professor Ahi for the keynote address, and after that, if he's able to join, we give him an opportunity to say a few words, right?
Okay. Okay, thanks a lot. So let me share my, right. Right, okay, good afternoon from Ghana, and of course, good evening, to the colleagues in India and other parts of the world. It's a pleasure for me to be asked by Professors John Mulakatu and Professor Jose Chatukulam to give the keynote address. And I've titled the keynote address, The Post-COVID-19 World, Implications for Local Governments. So what I've sought to do a number of things. I'll do an introduction. Then, of course, there's a brief review of the literature on local governments and disaster risk. Then the various policy responses and institutional responses by various governments across the world. I've just combined them. And then, of course, I'm going to deal with the implications. And the implications are classified into three: the opportunities, the challenges, and the prospects. Now, so the first point we all know is that, coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 for short, may be described as a wicked problem and a disaster risk. In spite of advanced science and technology, we all know that why should an advanced world in terms of science, in terms of technology, be at the mercy of COVID-19? But, COVID-19 has attacked the world because of two things. One, it's a wicked problem. And when you are talking about a wicked problem, you are talking about a pandemic. You are talking about a pandemic that is, complex. It is intractable. It is unstructured. It is cross-cutting. It is relentless. And even if you look at the second wave of the disease, it is becoming more and more destructive than the first wave. It is not following any pattern, but the other thing that we need to note is that COVID-19 has brought new terms, new terminologies. We are talking about, social distancing now. we are talking about protocols, we are talking about PPEs, we are talking about spikes, we are talking about testing, etc., etc. So it means that it is a problem which is intractable and complex. Then, of course, it's also a disaster risk. A disaster risk because it is not a natural disaster. COVID-19 is not a natural disaster, but it is an unnatural disaster that has caused harm to all of us. People, restrictions have been imposed, human rights leading to human rights abuses, people's health have been affected. And if you look at the figures, almost over 67.5 million people have been affected, and over 1.5 million deaths recorded. But the point about COVID-19 is the level of infectiousness and the mode of transmission. These are unparalleled. The level of infection is infection, and the mode of transition are very unparalleled. Indeed, you cannot, of course, when you are talking about its destructiveness, you cannot compare it with the 1918 Spanish flu, which affected over 500 people and actually led to 50 million deaths. But at least in recent memory, COVID-19's level of infectiousness and mode of transmission have become unparalleled. It has affected everybody, and actually, even both the advanced and the developing countries have been brought to their knees. Vaccine, fortunately, vaccines have been found, have been discovered, and they are being administered in a rush, in spite of the obvious problems about their implications, their hazards to health. But I think that the development of vaccine could largely be attributed to the collaboration among countries, which is a very positive development. Now, if you look at the literature, so is there a link between local governments and disaster risk? I was going through the literature, and it is clear that the link between local governments and disaster risks is inconclusive. It is inconclusive because, on one hand, the literature is saying that you need the national government to be at the forefront of leading the fight against disaster risk. But then on the other hand, it is saying that, the literature is saying that you need the decentralized approach. But I think that if you looking at both views, I think you need the right kind of balance between a centralized approach and a decentralized approach. And this is where the problem is. I'll come to that, where, in most countries, is a centralized approach which has been adopted rather than a blend of the centralized and the decentralized approach. But I think that whatever approach has been implemented will have to take into account the context and the various situations within which these things are happening. Now, so what are the policy responses? Now, if you look at across the globe, so I'm talking about both the advanced countries, the developing countries, etc. The policy response has been either to design new laws, so restrictions, centralized laws. And because why centralized laws? These laws were enacted by the central government, and even in federal states, in federal countries, the federal government took action before the states took action. So the point I'm trying to stress is that the response has been from the central government, maybe largely because COVID-19 affected those affected largely urban centers. I mean, the first wave or the surge, the beginning of COVID-19 affected urban settings. And that's why, the central government decided to, implement laws. So the laws are centralized, but then I was also said that within the central laws, we had panic restrictions. So, for instance, people were banned from even going to church, going to the mosque, going to places of worship, going out to have a drink or have a bite, etc., etc. Movement of people restricted. And you can see that it is a panic situation. The world was taken by storm by COVID-19, and all the governments, whether advanced or developing, they were taken by surprise. So everybody was trying to do his or her own thing. So we had, panic restrictions, etc., etc. And as I've said, majority of the cases happen in overcrowded urban areas. Now, so no governments declared a state of emergency. Even in some instances, it was not stated clearly, but implied in the restrictions were issues about state of emergency declared at short notice. In some countries, in South Africa, the state of emergency was declared, I think within 6 hours. People were supposed to queue and buy things from their shops and go home, etc., etc. But then, so these short-term measures became part of life, but the restrictions had also led to abuse of human rights. People were arrested, they were incarcerated, imprisoned, some people were fined, etc., etc. But the greatest challenge to the restrictions is compliance. People were not interested across the world, both in the advanced and the developing countries. People were not respecting the restrictions. So compliance became a big problem. And why is that so? Because enough education had not gone round. And if you go to the countryside, if you go to the rural areas, they have not heard about these things about public education, because every activity was concentrated in the urban areas. So the centralized approach did not make way for proper public education in the rural areas. So the policy responses were largely, centralized. It was only when the pandemic was breaking to the rural areas that governments decided to adopt a more decentralized approach to solving, the issues. Now, if you look at the institutional response, again, you can classify them. Again, is a centralized approach. We have committees, interim management committees chaired by the president or the prime minister, made up of ministries, central government ministries within the national capitals. And that's it. And even in some instances, the ministry responsible for local government was not involved. So it was the Ministry of Health, because most governments regarded the pandemic as a health problem. So it was the Ministry of Health which was at the forefront. But the Ministry of Local Government or other decentralized bodies were not involved. It became a big issue. But some countries later on, found it worthwhile to include the ministry responsible for local government and involve even the state and regional governments in the fight against COVID-19. Now, so you have state actors made up of the office of the president, office of the prime minister, and then you have some, central ministries, departments, and agencies involved, particularly the Ministry of Health. It was only in some African countries, the local governments were only involved when the markets in the districts were supposed to be fumigated. That was when they were involved. But originally, they were not involved. If we are not because of the fumigation of the markets, I'm sure the local governments in the districts would not have been involved. Now, of course, we also know that non-state actors, civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, which are closer to the people in the rural areas, they really did a lot of work, trying to educate the people and trying to provide PPEs. You see the problem, because it became a centralized matter, there were shortages of PPEs in the rural areas, in the local government areas. And so it was, some of these non-state actors, civil society groups and NGOs, which actually fill the vacuum created by the central government in the local government areas. Now, so if you look at both the policy and the institutional responses, they were centralized with a little bit of decentralization later when governments realized that the pandemic was spreading to the state, the regions, and the districts. That's when they became a little bit decentralized. Now, so in the midst of all these responses, what are the opportunities? So what are the implications? What are the implications? So I think that opportunities for local governments in the post-COVID-19 world. The first thing that I want to flag here is that there is a learning process. COVID-19 has taught us a lot of lessons, a lot of things. Countries will now need to be more proactive and not reactive when it comes to disaster resilience. And I think that disaster resilience must be built into the structure of local governments. Because disaster resilience is expensive, most governments are not interested. And because, okay, they have the feeling that, the disaster will not happen. So why allocate money for it? But now COVID-19 has taught us that we must be prepared. We must be more proactive. And so proactiveness in dealing with disaster, in being disaster resilient is very important. And so we also need to review the state of preparedness of local governments to disaster risk and wicked problems. We also need to, so there must also be a reform of local governments. We need to look at the the policy and institutional structure of local governments and see how best to fine-tune them to enable them to deal with wicked problems and disaster risks. Now, one of the things which came up across all the countries, whether in the UK, whether in the US, whether in India, whether in South Africa, whether in Africa, is the fact that there has not been this partnership between the central government and local government. The partnership was weak, and it reinforces the already weak partnership between the center and the localities. And I think COVID-19 has exposed the weak partnership between the central government and the local governments. We also need to deal with, we also need to equip local governments with more resources, more men will have to be deployed, budgetary support, etc., etc., capacity development. Our local governments or local governments everywhere are weak in terms of personnel, in terms of budget, etc., etc. So we need to recapacitate local government units to the task. And then the final thing, which has monetary implications, is that when we are capacitating local government units, we also need to improve service delivery. And one of the good ways of improving service delivery, which COVID-19 has taught us, is improved ICT, improve e-governance, and improve e-government. What are the challenges, for local governments in the post-COVID-19 world? I think that there is the potential for recentralization from central governments. In fact, more and more governments are recentralizing power. And that tells us, one of the challenges for local government in the post-COVID-19 world is dealing with the centralizing features of decentralization. That is a very important thing that we need to flag throughout. How can we deal with the centralizing features of decentralization during the post-COVID era? Then, of course, the other challenge is money, budgetary support. I've already talked about it, that if you want to deal with wicked problems and disaster risks, if you want to build disaster resilience, you need enough budgetary support. But we all know that local governments do not have the needed budgetary support. Of course, the other thing that I've already said is the weak collaboration between central government and local government units. It's a very important point that we need. But much more, compelling is that it is likely that local governments will become guinea pigs in large-scale interventions. And then you see there are various interventions, the vaccines, etc., etc. All these experiments are going to come, and it looks like local governments will become the guinea pigs, and they'll become the experimental areas through which these things will be implemented. And then, of course, we also need to look at the laws which have established local government units. Can we contract the functions, or can we expand the functions? Or how adequately can we say that they should be disaster resilient? I think one of the main issues that COVID-19 has taught us that we must build into the functions of local government units the essence of, or the function of, being disaster resilient. It's a very important point. And finally, you see, wherever in the world, there has been weak partnership between citizens and local governments, because one, they don't trust local governments. They feel that they are not performing well. So why trust them? Even if they pay their dues, if they pay their taxes, they feel that local governments have not used their taxes properly. Services are not good, and therefore there is lack of trust. So in the post-COVID area, one of the challenges is building the trust between citizens and their local government units. So what are the prospects? I always say that any pandemic, any disaster, whether natural or unnatural, actually is a learning process, for all of us. And so one of the things that COVID-19 has taught us is more debate and more studies on local governments and how to make them more disaster resilient and more wicked problem resistant. And I think this webinar is very important. It's a way of, telling us that we have learned that we need to debate or we need to rethink about local governments and their role in disaster risk and being disaster resilient. The second thing that I want to flag is that there must be a stock-taking exercise of the policy and institutional framework of local governments. And when we are taking stock of these, we should also be looking at ICT issues, e-government, and e-governance. Because restrictions, you see, COVID-19 is not the only pandemic. We are anticipating future pandemics. We need to be prepared. And so ICT infrastructure at the local level will need to be improved for improved service delivery. Of course, the third issue, which we also need to look at, is that we need to look at intergovernmental relations. How can we improve upon the interface between the central and local government, and then which will improve service delivery? Because service delivery is an important component of local governments, and we need to deal with that. Number 4, again, I think that COVID-19 has taught us that the issue of local government must be on the public agenda. It has been forgotten. Local government, decentralization, have been forgotten by government because there is a tendency towards centralization by all countries. But COVID-19 has taught us that we need to start a whole debate over how can we improve on local governments to enable citizens to build that, to have the trust, and also to ensure that local governments are performing their statutory functions. My last point is that we need to change attitudes of citizens towards local governments. And we can only do this if we make sure that there is a connection between local governments and their leaders. Now, so my conclusion is that COVID-19 has given us the opportunity, or has created the opportunity for all of us to think about, to rethink, to re-strategize on how to make local government units more productive, more creative, more service-oriented, and hopefully more disaster prepared and more disaster resilient. On that note, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for that very insightful lecture. I think you have brought up all of the elements which will be coming up for discussion in your lecture. Thank you so much, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Jose Chathukulam to deliver the vote of thanks. We are trying to get the Vice Chancellor, but I think he's been stuck in a meeting. Dr. Jose Chathukulam, if you could deliver the vote of thanks.
Some disturbance, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Uma, I am clear. It is audible.
Yes, sir. You're audible now.
Yeah. Dear Vice Chancellor, I think Vice Chancellor will join with us, and he definitely will inaugurate the session. And okay, and Professor Josephi, and dear professors and dear friends. In the webinar, we are looking into the futuristic issues in the context of decentralization and local government within the framework of historical and contemporary domains. I fully agree with Professor Joseph I, in the sense that he mentioned that this is actually a kind of a futuristic issues we have to discuss. Our discussions and deliberations offer a harmonious integration of powerful voice of our young rising scientists, including women. I'm sure the participation of women social scientists as paper presenters and as chairpersons is a positive one. We all know that Center for Rural Management is organizing the international webinar in collaboration with Gandhian Studies and Central University of Kerala in Kasaragod. Dear friends, this collaboration, I would like to say, is a symbolic role in terms of networking and convergence between different institutions of higher learning, particularly in the context of COVID-19. My special thanks to Professor Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kerala, and he actually going to inaugurate the webinar. And he has managed to establish his academic vibrancy, not only in the university, but also in the state as a whole, and that too within a short period of time. I would like to thank Professor Joseph I, Department of Political Science, University of Ghana, and former Vice Chancellor of UK and South Africa for delivering an excellent keynote address. Almost nearly 20 years back, Professor John and myself happened to come across his excellent article on measurement of decentralization, the Ghana experience. Since then, I wanted to meet Professor Joseph I. Of course, Professor John got a chance to work with him in South Africa. During those days, internet connectivity was very poor, so we could not access the article online, but finally get a copy of his work from Delhi, the capital of our country. So at least the opportunity to virtually interact with the Professor Joseph I is a dream comes to me, really. I would like to thank Professor Jonas Mulakad for offering his support, guidance, and cooperation for conducting this webinar. I would like to thank all the paper presenters and chairpersons and participants of the committed staff and faculty of both the organizers of Central University of Kerala and Center for Rural Management, and viewers across different medium for being part of this inaugural session. I also welcome to the 5-day international webinar for making it a great success. And thank you, both a welcome and a thanks for the inaugural session and a welcome for forthcoming technical sessions. Thank you. Thank you, fine.
Uma, has the VC joined, Uma? Hello, Uma?
No, sir, he's not joined. I think there is some problem.
Okay. Then in which case, I think we'll move on to the sessions.
Thank you, Dr. Jose Chatukulam. With that, we draw the inaugural session to a close. Thank you, everyone, for attending this session. We'll move straight to the first technical session because we are already a few minutes behind schedule. This first session is titled Coping with the Pandemic, Challenges for Local Governments. Our chair for this session is T.M. Joseph, who is Honorary Professor, Professor B.S. Bhargava Chair on Decentralized Governance and Development at the Center for Resource Management, Kottayam, and he's also the principal of Mount Carmel College. I'll now hand over the reins to Professor Joseph. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Uma, for your nice words of introduction. In fact, this is the first session of an international webinar on a very important theme, that is the role of local governments in crisis situations, particularly in the context of COVID-19. Why the role of local governments is important in combating the coronavirus. It is precisely because this problem has to be primarily addressed at the local level, not at the national or state level. The elected representatives at the local level know each and every person in the locality, and there is no better functionary to deal with the situation. But unfortunately, in our country, perhaps in other countries as well, local governments are not given their due space in crisis situations. That is the reason why we are discussing this issue. The organizers have arranged a very balanced panel in the first session itself. 6 eminent scholars representing reputed institutions in and out of the country are enlisted in the panel. The most difficult thing in chairing an academic session like this is, of course, maintaining the time schedule. The organizing committee has earmarked 2 hours and 15 minutes for this session. I therefore think that we can allot a maximum of 15 minutes to each panelist for making their presentations. I will try to make an intervention at around 12 minutes so that you can start cutting short your presentations. To have more time for discussions, I think we can have the discussion at the end, after all the panelists have completed their presentations. Though you have the option of seeking clarifications or raising questions through the chat box, I personally prefer oral, direct interventions from the participants in a very precise manner, so that others also can hear what the points are. Now, without wasting much of your time, we can move over to the first presentation by Dr. Chongom Aron Aimold, who is an assistant professor of political science at University of Delhi. He'll be talking to us on the role of food banks and community kitchens during the COVID crisis. Now, it is over to Professor Aimol, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Good morning and good evening, good afternoon to everyone from different time zone. Yeah. So can you hear me? Anyone? Please.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I would like to thanks to the organizing committee, especially Professor Jose and Professor John, for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, during this specific time, even very difficult to collect, even when we are doing research on this, even this part also. So if it can allow me to share my paper.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, this is,
yeah,
it's working, right? Okay.
Yes, yes, right.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let me start from this paper right directly from this. Okay, so here focus point areas of the paper. I collected around, we can say, at least 4 or 5 points. So first is objective of the paper and the method, models, or approach material, and evolution or function of food bank and community kitchen. So special focus on kitchen, community kitchen in India, from the, we can say, our cultural practices in India. And next point is impact of COVID-19 on food security in India. So here focus is on the state of hunger, means pre-COVID-19 crisis, and followed by, we can say, rising hunger during this period. So next point come to the role and function of food bank and community kitchen during this period. So I, do some research, example on case study like Kerala, one of very successful in handling this issue, especially community kitchen, and even UP, Uttar Pradesh, one of the biggest state in India. So the last one, maybe we can say going forward, promoting food bank and community kitchen as a way ensuring food security, we can say, during this crisis. So now, even I already mentioned in the abstract part. So this point, we can say, to explore the role and importance of food banks. So especially during this period, to address acute food security as a emergency food aid, we can say, in the short or even we can say long-term policy or period. So, and to explore food bank and kitchen are playing a key role of the local government in fight against food security in India, even during plus the post period. So that is the to bridge the gap food security. So and the last point of this fourth point of this objective, we can say, to examine if food bank and community kitchen are meeting the nutritional needs of client or target communities, such as immigrant worker, street children, elderly, disabled 6%, or homeless, unemployed person, including refugees. So in short term plus we can say long term pair. And the last point of this research is to examine whether food bank and community kitchen are providing sufficient food to the reduce hunger, or we can say reduce food insecurity in the region. So these are the where we can discuss. And in terms of, I'm using some approaches, like we can say this from descriptive to analytical perspective. So the data are based on the primary as well as secondary data, and guided by the Badagiri and Kumdam Basri that practice in Delhi and what we call in Kerala, that so many, we can say, how to address this kind of pandemic in the crisis situation. Even example like we can say Robin Hood Army, so Sanada Sena or Arogya Army are one of the, we can say, army of volunteers. So this is the where we can discuss in this part. So data material are from the different source, and especially these day internet sources, we can say. Now we can come to the evolution of food bank and community kitchen. So idea or goal of these food bank are very similar. It's depend on the name. Are, you know, I'm putting two name, food bank and kitchen, but it should not be confused. I think the goal is similar. So in India, you know, community kitchen is more, but we can say popular relevance than the food bank. But some country they use a food bank. So even soup kitchen and food pantries are very similar point only. So these community kitchen are, you know, immersed at the food aid during this emergency period, especially during fight against COVID-19 in food security area. So this is the where we can say the term solution for certain population group or destitute or those who are in need, we can say economically and socially disadvantaged group. So let us little bit go back to the background where when did started the food bank. So in 1967 in Phoenix in Arizona of the United States. So started by John Vance Hengel. So this is the where started. But now even in the developed countries, Western countries, you know, these in the role of food bank are very important even before this corona crisis happened. So while management arrangement of these, you know, food, either food bank or community kitchen is used in by the different models, we can say some are run by religious bodies and other state or community foundation NGOs. So during this period, many people group come together, especially from the government to the local government. So this is where we can see the things. Example like soup kitchen in US are often run by the churches. Similar, we can say to these langar, we can say langar are, you know, you will find at the Varas, especially among the Sikh community, and bandaras at the temple in this Hindu society. So this is where the member of these volunteer community serve the food to the needy peoples, we can say. So now here, too many means too much background. I don't know. So food bank can be, provided two type of services. So one we can say cook food to the this needy person, and another one to the uncooked food, and even the one second part is service that provide grocery item to the clients. So community kitchen can be provide only cooked food to the those who are in need. So this is the focus point, and especially now community kitchen in India. So community kitchen linked with the Indian cultural practices, popular in various name like langar, bandara, anadaman, and blocks. These are the where we can say you will find in the religious places. And this is the where very much important in India, we can say. So now we can come to the next point is impact of COVID-19 on food security in India. So food security is a complex condition and dimensional phenomena that evolve over time. There are more than we can say 200 and 450 indicator on food definition of food security. A lot of noises come. If you can check the please those who are participants, especially from yeah. So according to the 2009 declaration of World Food Summit in Rome, food security exists in the country when all the people in all time physically, socially, economic access to the efficient and safe food, and these are given by the FAO in this understanding. Critical study of food security is based on four dimensional of food security. Like number one, we can say food availability, food access, food utilization and food stability. So during this pandemic, these four dimensions of food are impacted badly. So according to the, we can say, World Food Program Executive Director, due to this COVID-19, additional 130 million people will be affected by this coronavirus. A lot of sounds. If you can you check, please? Yeah, thank you. So COVID-19 pandemic is threatening the long-standing even food security issue in India. So it's already negatively impact on all four these dimensions of the food, and it has, we can say, caused a lot of food shortage in India, especially during the lockdown period. So here, let us come to the state of hunger condition in India during, we can say, pre-COVID-19 crisis. India is one of the most insecure food in the world. So according to the statement that 14% of Indian population are under food, we can say, nourishment. So this is the how India, even according to the 2019 global hunger ranking, India is placed at 102 out of 117 countries, that even below Pakistan and Nepal in South Asia. So this is the how, what we can say, during this pandemic situation, more than 400 million daily workers in India are impacted by the this national lockdown started on 24th of March. So this is the where we can say the government of India, under the leadership of Prime Minister, imposed nationwide lockdown on the 4 phases, we can say. See, the first phases was started from 25th March 2020 to 14 April for 21 days. Second phase, we can say 15 April 2020 to 3rd May 2020, so 19 days. So continue till, we can say, the fourth phase, 31st May 2020. So during these 68 days nationwide lockdown, everyone should be stay home and stay safe. This is the, we can say, request from the government of India. So this move especially affect those working in the informal sector. We can say 90% of the these daily worker, wages earner, migrant, sex worker, and homeless people are infected. So this is the where, what we can say, nationwide lockdown in India due to the pandemic, leaving we can say thousands of people, what we can say, in the very unfortunate manner. So during this lockdown, people in slum area, underprivileged section of the society face a lot of food, shelter, water problem. These are the what we can, according to the recent survey. So this is the where into the first phase of nationwide lockdown, imposed on 25th March to 14 April. So this is the where in the survey reveals that 50% of the worker had no food, and even some of them, they have left food for 1 day. 70% worker had less than half of the, what we can say, to manage their livelihood. So this is the way.
Dr. Aymar, you can cut short. It's already told now. Yeah.
So when I'm trying to explain a lot of background, so this is the problem. So community kitchen, spring up across cities, especially we can say in Kerala context. So from the different angles where they can provide food to the needy. So this is the where we can say Chief Minister of Kerala, started Sadhana Sena. So collection of volunteer from, we can say, different age of youth. And they establish every panchayati raj, that is local government in Kerala, and we can say urban government, municipality government, and what we call from the corporation of these local government, they started all these community kitchen to feed the, we can say, the needy people around. So more than 27 lakhs of feeding during this, the first, second lockdown period. So we can say Sena comprising many volunteers from this Panchayat, local institution, municipality, and corporation. And beside not only this one, even they established what we call health army, Arogya, this Sena. So this is where delivering this food item, good food item to the needy person. And second part, Uttar Pradesh, this is very interesting part is Uttar Pradesh government, they established geotech community kitchen, where for this was the first for India. So through Google Map, through Google geotech link, you can find where is the local kitchen community in the area, so that they
Some problem is there, I think. Hello?
unfortunately this
Joseph, you can close it. You can close it, call for next person.
Yes.
No, you can request this paper presenters to give them their objectives, methodology, and main arguments and findings.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you are missing important from the work paper also.
Yeah, yes. Dr. Ayman, I think you lost your connectivity. Yeah. In that case, I think we can move over to the next presentation by Dr. Durga P. Chetri, who is the head of the Political Science Department at Sikkim Central University. She will be talking to us on the topic 28 years of decentralization reforms in India. Are Indian local governments ready for new localism? Now, Dr. Durga P. Chetri, please.
Thank you, sir.
Over to Dr. Durga.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Okay. Yeah, you are audible now, please.
Okay. Good evening, sir, and good evening to all. It's my pleasure and an honor to participate in this event.
Please stick to the
before
schedule.
I begin my presentation,
please.
Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Professor Joss and Professor John for giving this opportunity to share some thoughts and insights on decentralization and new localisms in India. So my topic of today's presentation is 28 years of decentralized reforms, and are Indian local government ready for new localism? So the outline of my presentation is like this. First, I'll discuss very briefly about the localisms and new localism, because there is a time constraint. And then I would like to dwell on very briefly again to decentralization reforms and related to localism agenda, and namely like revitalization of local democracy, autonomy to local government, community leadership, and of course civic engagement or political participation. So these are all very very important in the context of disaster management situations like COVID-19. So what is new localism? Because let's talk a couple of minutes about new localism. All polities, we all know that have a kind of geographical division of political powers, and many scholars like P. Maas in his work on divisions of powers, and scholars like D. Berry in his work on geographic distribution of governmental power also talks a lot about the these geographical divisions of the power. So authority, responsibilities, and powers are over decision makings are, always, unevenly distributed across space. And being attached to a kind of institutional, matrix of political decision making, and that actually reflect the history of, any particular states. So over the past almost 2 decades, for a combination of reasons, the momentum has been building to revisit, the kind of special architectures that actually underpins the local politics in India also. So this is now a kind of, a growing consensus about the need for greater devolutions, decentralizations, and more importantly, localization. So the language of localization that I used here is to describe the, the way in which citizens can organize themselves to find solution to their, common concern. Because even Professor Joseph in his keynote speech, very categorically said that, the local governments are facing a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. So through this, lens, localism is argued to facilitate the creation of, a big society from the big government in which citizens are solving their own problem with minimal support from the states. So there comes the, the issues of, centralization and decentralization. So growing number of scholars, especially in the context of, growing concern about anti-politics or any relationship with populisms, are recognizing the need to foster great popular engagement in political life. So in so doing, it is the local arena that will be the site for a new ground of, democratic experiment and institutional change. So the justification for local government and localism is well rooted in both theoretical as well as practical concept of, like say, for example, pluralism or diffusion of powers or responsive to local needs, efficiency of, local services, opportunity for, say, for example, political participations, and so on and so forth. So political theory, when you see the political theory, it devotes, the great deal of attention to the interrelated, ideas of local democracy, local autonomy, local governance, and also you can include, the central local relations and decentralizations. And more recently, we start talking about, discussing and writing on the new localism. So localism emphasizes the inherent rights of local communities. Whereas on the other hand, when you discuss about talks about, centralism, then the centralism always favor the concentrations of the power, in the central government. And Professor Joseph in his, keynote rightly point out, there is a re-centralizations of, the powers. So scholars like Lawrence Partridge represents, the localist perspectives, argue that local autonomy is a fundamental concept, implying freedom from, central interference. That is what Professor Joseph in his keynote address trying to address, and freedom to affect, particular outcome and, reflections of local identity. So the proponent of new localisms like M.S.D. Byers, David Osborne, and even Ted Gabler, they all argue that, new localism improves the executions of national policies, overcome the limitations of, the central planning, and allow the scope for, many potential partners, including local government, to contribute their skills and experience. So new localisms in the term is the term that I use to describe the shift in power that is taking place today from, state downwards to village or, town communities, or sometimes horizontally, across different actors like public, private, or civic networks. So for me, localism does not refer only to local government. I want to make it clear. So, but to the, it also includes, the interplay of multiple actors. And most importantly, we view these new localisms as a problem-solving practice focus on the major challenge of our time, including growth, sustainability, and the issues like the COVID-19. So we identified the number of reasons, especially the 4 reasons to support this transition to new localisms in the context of India, like reinvigorated local democracy, complete autonomy, then after that community leaderships, improve participation. So in addition, the new localism is new in 4 ways. Like, say, for example, celebrations of local people involved in governance, high quality vertical as well as horizontal linkage, community leaders rather than primarily service producers, and of course fundamental change in the governance. So from the grassroots
Durga Prasad, you have only 3 more minutes now. You have 3 more minutes. Please come down.
So when you see the perspectives, I mean, the scholars like Gary Stoker's new localisms, he focus on more community leaderships. Then scholars like Lawrence Patrice, Martin Andrew, so they focus on more autonomy. So when you see in the context of India, I try to use these 4 or 5 parameters, including local democracy, autonomy, and community leaderships, as well as the civic participation. So when you see all these parameters, even after 20 years of decentralized reform in India, the local government's performance of the local government is not very good, except few states. We can take the example like Kerala, and even in the context of, say, for example, Professor John in his inaugural welcome speech, he also said that there are some few, in the background of this COVID-19, there are very few states which gives the power to the local government. Otherwise, the local democracy, participation of the peoples in the local government, their autonomy, in the case of, say, for example, structural autonomy, financial autonomy, autonomy of regarding the personal recruitment, financial autonomy, these things are all, missing. And therefore, even, Joseph, in his keynote speech, mentions about the inadequate budgetary support as the problem of the local government. So this is the very, very important, the issues, even after the reforms which was started in the year 1992, but till date, there is no such proper devolutions of the power. There is no any autonomy for the state governments, to the local government, and therefore localism is not just about shifting power or the shifting decision making from state government to local government. So it also involves giving citizens themselves the ability to directly involve in the decision making. So there is a need to devolve more and more power to the local government to deal with the situations like COVID-19, because devolutions of power to community through the reform of the local government systems are not a devolutions of the power to local government per se or itself. So to make this work, we need to move away from the pure representative model of democracy currently in use, where panchayats or the councillors are, ultimately they are accountable to the ballot box, but not to the fail to engage the community in the decision-making process. So within a localism paradigm,
your time is over. I'm sorry, very sorry.
Just a second, sir. I'll complete. So this is not happened even after the 28 years of reforms in India. So the element of new localisms, celebrations of local people, giving the autonomy to them. So these are all missing in the Indian local government, and therefore the local governments are more exposed due to the COVID-19. So my argument is that much greater attention needs to be paid to for the creation of civic infrastructures and related capacity to be necessary to underpin localism. So all these, I believe, will help decentralization reform to achieve the goal of new localism. So before I conclude, I'll say that the decentralization agenda is stronger if localization is stronger. So let me end by saying thank you very much, sir. Thank you for all your interest and patience. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask now through chat.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Durga Prasad, for your nice presentation. And now we will move over to Professor Gordon Crawford, who is a research professor in Global Development Center for Trust, Peace, and Social Relations at Coventry University, United Kingdom. Professor Crawford will be talking to us on the neglect of local governments in COVID-19 responses, a comparison of United Kingdom and Ghana. Professor Crawford is a resident or a citizen of United Kingdom, but he frequently visits CANA and does research over there. Now over to Professor Crawford, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day to all. It's my pleasure to participate in this webinar, and thank you first of all to Professor John and Professor Joss for the invitation. And as you say, I'm based in the UK, but I've undertaken research in Ghana, including on issues of decentralization, to which I've learned a lot, to Professor IE, and thank you to him for a very stimulating keynote address. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see it. Is that okay?
Yeah, it is okay. It's clear.
Let me okay. So it's my view that local government has been neglected in responses to COVID-19 in both the UK and in Ghana for similar as well as different reasons. So let me look briefly at each country in turn. Firstly, the UK. I'm suggesting that the UK is a basket case when it comes to containing the spread of COVID-19. And the evidence for this is primarily the huge number of deaths, including many unnecessary deaths. The death total is now over 62,000. These figures are from Monday, or already out of date. This total is the highest in Europe. It's the fifth highest globally. If we compare Germany, which has a larger population, but has only 1/3 of the deaths. The UK death toll is also one of the highest, perhaps the highest globally by percentage of population. And these figures indicate a gross failure by central government to respond adequately to the pandemic. The government was very slow off the mark at the outset. When restrictive measures were eventually taken, they've been too little, too late, and often inappropriate. And I highlight two words that account for this failure, and those are centralization and privatization. Firstly, centralization. The overall context is that government in the UK is highly centralized, and this is a result of over 40 years of the decimation of local government from 1980 onwards with the government of Margaret Thatcher. In the last decade alone, there have been huge cuts to local government funding as part of austerity policies which were implemented post-financial crisis. And predictably, the COVID-19 pandemic response has been highly centralized and ineffective. Fairly typically, local government has indeed been given additional responsibilities, but few additional resources by central government. But most significantly, local government has been sidelined when it comes to the all-important public health measures. The second major issue that accounts for government failure is its ideological fixation on privatization and outsourcing to private companies. So in response to the pandemic, huge contracts have been handed out by central government to private companies with no expertise in public health. And this is both ideological and inherently corrupt. And a recent National Audit Office report reported that those companies with political connections to government ministers were directed to a high priority channel for UK government contracts in relation to the pandemic. And their bids were 10 times more likely to be successful. Now, this fixation on private subcontracting and simultaneous neglect of local government has been most evident in relationship to the government's policies on test, track and trace, on which the UK has an abysmal record of repeated failure. And of course, we all know that test, track and trace is crucial for the suppression of the virus, as the World Health Organization has repeatedly stated. So some examples of this private outsourcing and the inappropriate nature of that. So for example, Deloitte, well known as a global accountancy firm, was given the contract for mass testing. Serco, an outsourcing multinational specializing in security, has been given the contract to run the National Track and Trace scheme. And these companies have delivered very poor results. Mass testing has been a fiasco for much of the pandemic. Track and trace, there have been very low percentages of those in contact with the virus who have been tracked and traced by the national scheme run by Serco. In this context, the advantages of local knowledge and expertise have been ignored. Local government has been sidelined despite having its own teams of public health professionals. And interestingly, some local governments developed their own track and trace schemes in the context of national failure and of rising virus levels. And those schemes run by local governments have been shown to be much more effective with over 90% success. Let me turn to Ghana. Professor IE here is the expert on Ghana, but just let me say a few words. Here the death total has been much smaller. Only 325 deaths as of this Monday. And this is in common with other West African countries. I think one reason for this relative success in Ghana was that the government initially acted promptly and rigorously. In March, all borders were closed, schools, universities, churches and mosques were closed. There was a lockdown in the metropolitan areas. But these measures were relatively short-lived, or at least some of them were. By the lockdown in the metropolitan areas, that was eased after 3 weeks, and other restrictive measures were also eased from late April onwards. So to date, educational institutions, schools, universities remain closed. Now, as this central government's measures, these measures by the government of Ghana been successful or not, this is not a judgment that I wish to make here today. I just wish to focus on two key words again, which indicate some of the problematic aspects of the government's response. And these are centralization and politicization. So firstly, centralization again, despite the avowed system of decentralization in Ghana, policy making, in my view, remains highly centralized. So at best, local government is used to implement national decisions while remaining poorly resourced and dependent on the unpredictable dispersal of funds from central government. And predictably, the COVID-19 response was also highly centralized, led by the president in a series of televised presidential addresses. Local government was given few powers, little or no local powers. One example here, the district chief executive or the mayor of Boissy East district, a mining area, had to appeal to central government to impose a local curfew in the context of a rapid upsurge of cases, because the local mayor had no independent authority to do so. Let me turn to the second key issue, that of politicization. And of course, this has been, well, first of all, let me say what I mean by politicization. By that term, I mean that certain activities which should be implemented in the interests of all, such as the promotion of public health, are manipulated to promote particular political interests. In this case, those of the ruling party. In other words, measures are implemented in a manner to gain political advantage. And this was evident in the central government's responses to COVID-19, particularly in election year. This has been election year in Ghana. Presidential and parliamentary elections were held this Monday, the 7th of December. If you've been watching the news, you will have seen the results has very recently been announced, in which the current incumbent has been re-elected as president, though in circumstances which remain somewhat controversial. One measure that was implemented during the time of the lockdowns in the metropolitan areas was food relief for poor and vulnerable people. Some 400,000 people were identified. One criticism of this measure is that food relief was distributed along partisan lines. In other words, government supporters were identified and prioritized. Unsurprisingly, this criticism came in particular from opposition MPs, but also the image here indicates a volunteer distributing sort of cooked food and water as part of this food relief, and she is wearing the emblems of the governing party, the MPP, on her hand gloves.
Professor Crawford, you have only 3 minutes left now. 3 minutes, please cut short. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Other politicized measures pertain to the inappropriate removal of restrictions, and I give 2 examples here. First of all, a voter registration exercise was undertaken at the height of the pandemic, with lockdown restrictions lifted to enable the Electoral Commission to compile a new voter register, this resulting in long queues and no physical distancing. But of course, a new voter register was something the MPP, the ruling party, had been advocating ever since it narrowly lost the election in 2012. Secondly, the MPP held their parliamentary primaries in June 2020. And this was condemned by the Ghana Medical Association, who condemned the lack of observation of safety protocols during those primaries, and called for the prosecution of persons who flouted COVID-19 protocols during those parliamentary primaries. Therefore, my argument here is that COVID-related responses, including the lifting of restrictions, are driven more by electoral calculus than public health. Let me conclude. I posit that the UK is a basket case due to the ideology of neoliberalism. In other words, an antipathy towards the state, towards the role of the state and the public sector, including that of local government, and empathy towards the private sector as the preferred actor. And in this, there has been an element of cronyism, or what has been dubbed in the press here as chumocracy. In Ghana, the political system is characterized as a competitive clientelist system, which is dominated by electoral competition for the spoils of government, and where it seems that all measures are highly politicized in order to seek political advantage. So in both cases, COVID-19 responses are dominated by calculations other than public health. And one common consequence is that the important role of local government in COVID-19 responses has been seriously neglected. Thank you very much for your attention and interest.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Crawford, for very nicely explaining the COVID management experiences in both United Kingdom and Canada. Now it is over to Dr. Smita Agarwal, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science at University of Delhi, and she will be presenting her paper on rethinking the working of panchayats, a case study of Bihar. Now over to Smita, please.
Thank you, all of you all, for giving this opportunity, and a good day and greetings from me for people who are listening to me from all over the world. So the topic is about Bihar and why I chose Bihar. The paper will be divided along what is decentralization, what was the broad objective of the 73rd Amendment Act, what was the problem which we find, why did I choose Bihar, and what is the way forward. So it's coming to the straightforward, the aim of 73rd Amendment has specifically been focusing on quickness of the decision making and about area specific. In fact, this is where James Manner, in his book, The Political Economy of Decentralization, has specifically focused that why decentralization is preferred and the most sought after the failure of all centralized development programs is because it makes participation easy, it can reach to the public or it can reach to the problem quickly, and the decisions can be more area specific and local, which my earlier presenter had tried to focus, specifically focusing on the localism. That is an important component for local governance to be successful. In terms of picking up these things, which is participation, quickness, and area specific, the 73rd Amendment Act really made very bold attempts. In fact, it went one step forward and it institutionalized democratic decentralization, where elections were the most important feature. And every 5 years, we were supposed to conduct elections. The second important feature was the constitution of a participating institution of village known as the Gram Sabha. So who were the members of the Gram Sabha? All the villagers who were residing there, who were the citizens of that village, who had the voting rights, they were the part of the Gram Sabha. And Gram Sabha was the decision-making authority. In fact, this is where the decisions were supposed to take. So this is a very, very important seminal step in terms of making decisions more effective and participatory. The third was in terms of plans which were envisaged for financial autonomy that had to be, done by the states, because we have a fusion of a federal and a unitary form of government. So the 73rd Amendment was a broad plan which was to be concretized by each state. This is the reason that we have 28 states and we have different 28 models of local governance which we can find. This is why we can have a generalized outlook, but when we talk about specificities, we can see divergences. So in terms of financial autonomy, it was given to the states to, over the period of time, to devolve. And what they did was, what was to be devolved? They drew a list in form of the 29 subjects, which was institutionalized through the 11th schedule, that these subjects will go to the planning commission, to the decentralized government, and make it very effective. And when we deal with all those subjects, you see that they are the ones where they play an important role or crucial parameter in defining areas development. The next important point was ensuring effective participation of the disadvantaged sections of the people. Here too, women and scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. This was an historic step which was taken, where in the Constituent Assembly, we had deviated from reservations, and here the government institutionalizes it because they see women also who have been neglected, but their participation is necessary when we talk about local democracy. And finally, they talk about setting up of planning mechanism in form of district planning authorities and metropolitan planning authorities. So you have other provisions also, but what was more striking and which I find it more relevant in terms of defining democratic decentralization, I have listed them out. Over the period of time, with good intentions, this act was enacted and it was implemented. But over the period of time, these areas, there were specific areas which were problematic and where the problems arose. And some of the specific problems was not in terms of elections. Elections were happening regularly. This was the biggest achievement. But the large problem which we found was in terms of devolution of finances, in terms of devolution of decision-making authority for administrative functioning, and in terms of specifically planning. This was the area where we find huge bottlenecks. Okay. Along with it, you had disadvantaged participations. Seats were not left vacant, but they did not have effective decision-making powers. So somehow the agenda was stalled. Okay. And these, to a huge extent, these were the factors which played a limiting role when it came to the local governments becoming effective mechanism tool for fighting the COVID violence. Because COVID pandemic, just before me, Professor Crawford has specifically talked about testing, tracing, and tracking. And these required local knowledge, local participation, which was lacking because of the limited devolution of funds, the limited devolution of planning, the limited devolution of data, the limited devolution of functionaries, which was lacking, and we faltered here. Specifically, why did I choose Bihar? Bihar was, if you see the history of Panchayat Raj in Bihar, Bihar was a very late entrant in terms of going for 73rd Amendment Act because of its own politics as well as its own area-specific problem pertaining to the OBC reservations, which finally gets solved. And in 2001, after 1993, 2001, we have the first elections taking place. And in 2006, with the change of the guard, you have a seminal decision coming into being. Bihar becomes the first state to reserve 50% of the seats for women in local governance. This was a huge thing. And then in 2009, Manmohan Singh government makes an announcement that this provision is going to be for the pan-India phenomena, and slowly other states also adopt it. So a lead entrant, and it makes this decision. But specifically when we talk about the COVID problem, what is it? Why do we think that local governance would have played a very important role in mitigating the impact? And this is largely in relation to the migration problem. When we see people who were walking, hordes and hordes of people who were walking for kilometers back to their home place, okay, this was striking. Why did we falter and how did we falter? And this was because we did not have a robust local planning. And in terms of data, we do not have it. This was data which was the statistics which was answered in the parliament by the minister, which said that UP saw 32.5 lakhs of people going back. Bihar was the next in terms of 15 lakh, West Bengal in terms of 13.8 lakh. So specifically Bihar, 15 lakhs. And then you have the Garib Kalyan Rozgar Yojana that is started for 125 days. And you have maximum districts which are situated in Bihar. So this gives us a think about how local planning can be revitalized, or it should be revitalized, so that we can have an effective, mechanism for finding out COVID. Because one thing we should be very clear at the outset, that pandemic situation like COVID or any disaster mitigation cannot be successful without local participation. And this local participation requires institutions and effective participation, because even in the local participation, since India is a highly populated area and we have the density is also very high, participation really plays a very important role. And this participation can be done only through institutions, because we should also understand there are certain local factors in terms of caste prejudices, in terms of religious discriminations that may prohibit certain sections of the people to participate. But when institutions are created, they are created for everyone. Participation is there for everyone. it is irrespective of caste, class, race, sex, gender, etc. So this is where we can find that the planning, this is where the local governance has to be revamped. And this is my sole focus. And two areas which I saw in my study, this is the secondary source, and this is part of my PhD project, because I did my PhD on Bihar and participation of women. So I see those, correlates finding here. Two important things needs to be revitalized. One is the planning, and the second is, specifically related to the devolution of functions. Now let's come to the data. In terms of data, this was an index, a devolution index, which was, done in 2015. And in 2015, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj had institutionalized this devolution index. And in this, it came out that Bihar is one of the lowest in terms of effective devolution of funds, functions, and functionaries. So it is not doing well in terms of transferring of funds and functionaries. In terms of functions, it has done so because it is very easy to devolve. But in terms of funds and functionaries, it's not there. And the contrasting data can be found, and it is there in the, on the website, on the Gram Development, GDP, Gram Development Program, which has been institutionalized, and this Gram Panchayati Raj Development Plan, GDP, there the data has uploaded. And you will see when it comes to state funding or in terms of own resources, which Bihar Panchayats can garner, it is nil. Neither does Bihar Panchayats have any funding coming from the states. And if you visit the Bihar Panchayati Raj website, you have 4 subheadings, which is, there in terms of the fundings which it receives, which is the 14 Finance Commission. Now it will be replaced by the 15 Finance Commission, the backward region grants funds, okay? And you have this Manrega. These are the only places where you can find that resources are given. Okay, now if you see the amount of money which goes, specifically take the 15 Finance Commission, which has guaranteed around 60,000 crore rupees, allocation to rural local bodies. Now, is 60,000 rural, crore rupees really, sufficient for panchayats? And then this is a tagged fund. What I mean to say is a tagged fund. It comes with conditions that you are supposed to spend money on these grounds. So you do not have
it is time for you. You have only 3 minutes left now, please.
So you do not have autonomy here in terms of spending. Okay. And when you talk about, specifically, if you talk about, what is the other source? And when we talk about mitigation of COVID crisis, specifically employment, you will see in the last 1 year, Bihar has registered the maximum number of people for Manrega employment. And you know how many people have just got employment? Bihar has a job card of 1.1 million, okay? And it issued around 230,000 job cards by October 15, 2020. And out of which, how many people got jobs? 100 days of employment, that was roughly to 4,000 people only. Now, how do we understand? Okay. And how do we go ahead with this? This kind of a discrepancy. Second important factor which was there is no data in terms of how much migration is happening. One respondent said, Suresh Kumar says that why should we go to the cities? We don't have a very well living there. We have to clamor ourselves in the jogis and the jhopris. We are known as, we are abused as Biharis, but we don't have jobs here. And we see the situation of Bihar. It lacks one of the lowest in terms of industrialization, and agriculture is also pathetic. So where do they go forward? And this is where, if local governance would have the power of planning, would have the power of generating resources, it would have done so, and this kind of mitigation crisis would not happen. And since you see the huge gap in terms of, people, in terms of how many people want job and what limitations do we have, we can see when people are going back to the, coming back to the cities. 1 second, please. They are coming back to the cities because they don't have jobs there. So this is a classic, failure of the local government, and this needs to be, understood. This needs to be revamped. Only then we can have there. The second important thing which we require is planning. Planning needs to be given. It should not be superficial. I was, saddened by the fact when you visit that Gram Panchayat development program, development planning scheme, and you see it, figures come in. But who does it? Where can we go for a ground data? Are the elected representatives really there, out there deciding, or it is just about photo images? And what is
Dr.
planning?
Smita, please, I am very sorry, your time is over. You can conclude now.
Sir, 1 second, but 1 second.
Yeah, please.
So,
Yeah.
so how do we understand, when the planning, there are no trainings which are there, because the immediate, column on lack trainings to the representatives is nil for Bihar. So this kind of, anti-apathy or quarrelly that can be seen. So what is the way out? The way out is training, way out is data collection at the grassroots level, and way out is actually making planning, district planning committee and the metropolitan planning committees which are there to be revamped. Then only we can find out, or we can, challenge the crisis that has come through the COVID pandemic. So with this, I end my presentation, and thank you so much for giving me a chance for presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Smita, for well articulating your Bihar experience of decentralization. Now it is over to Dr. Professor Shaktivel, who is the Professor of Political Science and Public Administration at Annamalai University. And he will be presenting his paper on reserved village panchayats in Tamil Nadu, a gloomy picture. Please, Professor Shaktivel, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm thankful to everyone for present here. And the topic of my presentation is reserved village panchayat in Tamil Nadu, a gloomy trend or a picture. I think I'm audible, and I think you can listen.
Yeah, you are audible now. Please proceed. Yeah.
So this is last 10 to 15 years I have been working on this area. I wanted to understand the issues faced by the elected women as well as the elected panchayat presidents from that is a lower strata category, that is a scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. So even during the pandemic period, the issues faced by the elected representatives at the grassroots level, and we have a system at the center, and we have the system at the state level, and we have the system at the grassroots level. So issues faced by the reserved village panchayat presidents are not been adequately debated, not been adequately discussed at the nation level as well as at the state level. So this is my first submission. And second, the main objective of my paper will be to unearth or to understand the different forms of issues or the human rights violations encountered by the elected representatives from the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe category. And third objective of my paper will be, so what was the role of political parties, especially from the, what we call as from the Dalit political parties and organizations, their role in bringing the issue to the media or in bringing the issue to the general public. And fourth one is, I have my experience, practical experience in understanding the issues faced by the reserved village panchayat presidents. I am concentrating only at the grassroots level, that is at the lower level, and I'm not concentrating on the middle tier or the upper district level. My presentation will be confined with the village panchayat, that is a gram panchayat. And we have participants from the different parts of the country for the better understanding of my overseas friends and professors. So we have a panchayat raj system, and based on the three-tier system, we have a government at the state, and we have the government at the district level, and at the block level, and at the lower level. And my dear friends, Tamil Nadu, we had once a self-respect movement where the leaders of the self-respect movement, indeed, they fought for the rights of the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe people, especially in social and economic arena. And more importantly, you are all very familiar with the movement is called the Dravidian movement. But unfortunately, the movement was not adequately fought for the rights of the scheduled caste, or in media they call it as a Dalits, but I don't use the word. Constitutionally speaking, the people are called as a scheduled caste, unscheduled tribe, and issues faced by the people are not being adequately focused by the movement. And finally, after 1947, we have an emergence of mushrooming of political parties. Say, for example, two prominent political parties, that is DMK and AIADMK, that is Dravida Munnetra Kalagam and All India Anna Dravida Munnetra Kalagam. And there are 2 dozens Dravidian political parties was founded in the state. But unfortunately, these outfits and the political parties, they have not adequately protected or promoted the interests, socio-economic rights of the scheduled caste population in Tamil Nadu. Net result, emergence of as many as possible 70 plus outfits and organizations for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And normally, when we talk about Dalit political movement in Tamil Nadu, people they do focus about only the 2 prominent political parties represented the Dalit leaders, that is SC leaders. One is Pudhiya Tamilagam and another one is Vidudhai Chirtai. And apart from these 2 outfits, there are 60 plus outfits are functioning in Tamil Nadu. But even presence of these outfits are not able to adequately, are not able to prevent or curb the rights violations faced by the elected representatives, especially from the SC and ST category, and particularly the women representatives from the category, their experience with the local government was nightmare. And here, I have the opportunity to visit the issues. I have the opportunity to collect the data directly from the Panchayat presidents in my districts and my university, where it is situated in Kadalur district. There is a high-tech conflict and communal tensions between scheduled caste and the non-scheduled caste population. And for understanding of my overseas professors, we have a system and we have a constitutional reservation called reserved constituency. Here, certain seats and certain constituencies are reserved for the SC and ST on the basis of their population. And even in US, you call it as a positive affirmative action, but where we call it as a reservation of seats. Coming to, because we have very limited time and I have to confine my presentation within 15 minutes. And we have several issues, the problems being faced by the political representatives, even after the implementation of 73rd Constitution Amendment. Numerous problems are being faced by the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe, the elected representatives. In many parts of the state, I have a lot of data. I have rich data, which I have collected directly from as a part of my study, as a primary data, and as a part of my secondary data presentation, secondary data, I have collected from the village representatives, and they reported with me, they reported with the media that they have encountered numerous problems continuously, and especially the women reserved village panchayat presidents are not able to discharge constitutionally defined duties and responsibilities. Even in many reserved village panchayat, they were not allowed to sit in the chair meant for the reserved panchayat presidents or the panchayat president, and they were not allowed to transact the business. And especially for one single incident, I would like to share with you, and this might be something interesting or something new to others. There is a practice of auctioning of panchayat post that really happened in some of the villages in Tamil Nadu. Initially, it was confined with few districts, but now it is gradually penetrated into other districts and other parts of Tamil Nadu also. Panchayat post, surprisingly, it was auctioned from the range of 1.5 lakh to 60 lakhs in some villages. Very simple. In a public place, I will show you the photo how the auctioning is taking place. In a public place, the post is being auctioned openly, and a highest bidder, I use the word highest bidder, the highest bidder, a person who auctioned the post, will eventually control the panchayat president And this is happening not in a general constituency. My dear friends and my dear participants, please remember, this is happening in a villages where it is reserved for, that is reserved for SC and STs. Okay. So next 5 years, this highest bidder from a different community, from different caste, I don't want to mention the caste, and they are going to control the entire activities of the panchayat. The elected representatives, especially the women, are victim of this action, and they will be treated as a mere rubber stamp, and they can't take any decisions of the panchayat. Here you can see the photos which was published in the newspaper, how the panchayat posts were auctioned in a public place in a village. So the village committee, they call it as a village committee. In that village committee, they are assembled in a particular place and in open, maybe it is in Tamil, don't worry, I'm just translating, in a open place, and they auction the post. So anybody can come and anybody can auction the post when highest bidder, who is able to pay highest money, and they will be controlling the panchayat. And another issue which I wanted to highlight, auctioning is one issue. Another issue is the elected representatives are not being allowed to function independently. So this is one simple example. You see, October 14th, 2020, in the high-tech pandemic, so everybody is focusing about how to contain the virus, how to provide vaccination to the people. But on the other side, even during the pandemic period, even during the coronavirus, the panchayat presidents are not able to adequately function independently. So my native place is nearby Salem. In nearby Salem, there is one village based on the instruction from the central government and the state government. One panchayat president is not able to initiate any measures to contain the coronavirus in their locality because of the rift between the president and the vice president. You can see this is just a college student. She has completed her education and she was elected as a panchayat, and she was fighting for her basic rights. There is a simple issue. Even you can also laugh. Even for a simple petty issue, the issues are being, for example, not able to conduct a Grama Sabha meeting, not able to approve the meetings agendas or the proposals or the plan. So she's along with her parents, and she was fighting for her rights. A simple issue is president is from scheduled caste population, vice president and most of the members of the ward members are from other caste group. So naturally, there is a working relationship is completely, it is an absence in the panchayat level. The net result for the 5 years, development activities are being affected because of the egoistic and personality clashes and caste related issues between the president and the other members of the council. Panchayat, the panchayat is not able to implement developmental activities. So here there is another issue. This is though it is a secondary data, but it was widely published in the newspaper. On the other issue, this panchayat president, she was not allowed to host a national flag at the time of independence, at the time of Republic Day as well as Independence Day. You know, there is a practice of, maybe it is a constitutional duty of the elected panchayat president, hosting the national, that is a tricolor flag at the time of Independence Day and Republic Day. But she was not allowed. The name of the panchayat president was R. Selvi, and she was not allowed to host national flag. And this issue was limelighted, issue was focused in all the leading newspapers. I'm just showing one newspaper. If you see the same day, Times of India or even the local vernacular newspapers, she stated that she has been experiencing since elected as a president a caste-based discrimination, and even she was compelled to sign in the check and other minutes by the non-scheduled caste members of the board. So this is another issue. Then I'm just going to summarize. The problems being faced by the presidents are being faced by the scheduled caste people in respect to the panchayat elections or before or during after the panchayat elections. One is they were prevented from filing the nomination papers. Here, I just wanted to mention a very famous names of the panchayat. I think you can also just go to the Google and search Papapatti, Kiripatti, Natarmangalam, and these are all Tamil names. I'm sorry, Papapatti, Kiripatti, Natarmangalam and Kotakachi, and these are the local villages name. For more than 10 years, elections were not conducted for this reserved constituency because nomination papers of the representatives from the scheduled caste, they were not allowed to file the nomination paper. Second issue, if they succeeded in filing the nomination papers, they were not allowed to campaign at the time of elections. Second issue. And third issue is, even if they successfully in filing the nomination papers, they were not allowed to campaign, or if the campaign was conducted and there is a violence is being created. And the fourth one is, they were not allowed to campaign in the areas or in a residence where it is meant for non-scheduled caste population. And another thing is, even in the counting of votes, there is a report of malpractice also reported. So this is one thing. And if successfully elections were conducted, if the Dalit or if SC population people, they were elected as a Panchayat president, and they were not allowed to function independently. Next day, that is once election was conducted in the Papapatti, next day, it is very close to Madurai. Next day, the Panchayat president were forced to resign. Such things never happened.
So, Saktivar, you have only 1 minute left. Only one minute
I will
left,
finish
please.
within 2 minutes. I will finish. And another thing is, they were not allowed to function, discharge constitutionally defined duties. So normally we conduct a Grama Sabha meeting on January 26th. May 1st we conduct, October 2nd we conduct, and August 15th. Even in these days, they were not allowed to conduct meetings of the Grama Sabha. Or even the meeting was successfully conducted and they were not allowed to speak openly. They were not allowed to open the agendas, initiate the agenda openly. And from the government officials, they also face some problems. So these are not secondary data. I collected data from the representatives directly. And ill treatment by the vice presidents and other board members, that is another area we have to think, we have to discuss very seriously. And last issue, they were not allowed to chair the Grama Sabha meeting. And even if they successfully conducting the meetings and initiating robust developmental activities, and they also face problem from land mafia and caste groups. So coming to the last, my parties, what about the role of Dalit political parties, especially the political parties are represented by the leaders from the SC and ST? And as I told already, there are 70 plus outfits are functioning. You know, the study by Hugo Borich, and he identified there are 70 different organizations are functioning. But unfortunately, they never shared a common platform to raise a voice against problems faced by the SC and STs in Tamil Nadu. So here, I just wanted to conclude. I wanted to draw your attention to the issue, and more empirical research should be conducted. And only by more empirical researches and initiating a robust developmental activities in these reserved village panchayat, reducing the caste tensions between different group of people, definitely can put an end to this menace. I use the word menace. So unfortunately, when it is started with the one district, now it is penetrated into at least 10 plus districts now. So here I just conclude that the role of the political parties, government proactive measures, and the community participation are very, very essential. Thank you for your patient listening and a wonderful opportunity to share my perception. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Saktival, for depicting the extent of discrimination being faced by the SC/ST functionaries in Panchayat Raj institutions in Tamil Nadu. Now let us listen to the last presentation in this session by Dr. Pooja Paswan, Assistant Professor in Department of Political Science at Jamia Millia University Islamia, New Delhi, on the topic assessing the role of community participation in rural India in tackling the pandemic. Now, Pooja Paswan, please.
Thank you, Professor Joseph, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jose, for inviting me, and honorable colleagues and dear students. As mentioned, I will be speaking about the role of community participation in tackling the pandemic. Before I begin, Professor Joseph, how much time do I have?
You have only 15 minutes. You have to finish within 15 minutes. 15,
okay.
1-5. Yes, yes.
Of course, 1-5, yes. I will just share my screen. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it is
Because
visible
I
now.
can't tell.
Proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Before I begin, I teach, like sir said, I teach at Jamia Millia Islamia University. We have 3 master's program. There is a master's in public administration. I'm a faculty of master's in of public administration, and my area of interest and fascination is public policy. So here in this presentation, I will be discussing on public policy formulation and how public policy in rural area and urban area is influenced by quote unquote public and its people and the culture. So without further ado, I'll begin. Yes. So ever since we've been in the midst of the pandemic, we have seen that several governments have come together to tackle, state and central government have come together to tackle the problem in their own way. But the most common strategy, which was proposed by WHO, several international organizations, was keeping up and maintaining a fair distance, maintaining a proper separation, and following certain norms, such as maintaining hand hygiene, covering the mouth, etc., etc. Owing to all these factors, one thing that was observed from March, since the lockdown was imposed, or the start of the lockdown was imposed, till December, the acclimatization of people in midst of the pandemic has been very different. If I give the example of New Delhi, there is a constant pressure, even societal pressure. If you go outside, you have to wear a mask. In universities, teachers, professors, students, staff, everybody is wearing a mask. And if you happen to remove your mask even for a second, you are being judged. You are being, you're being told, please cover your mouth, and it's for the safety of the others. Interestingly, my parents recently visited my home district, Sitamarhi in Bihar. And when they went there, before leaving, we told them to pack a lot of masks and hand sanitizers. But when they went there, nobody is wearing the mask. In the rural interior villages, nobody is wearing the mask. And when they went out to meet the people and meet the relatives, so the other people, they asked them that why are you wearing a mask? So they said, because there is a corona. And they said, there is no corona in Bihar. You don't have to wear a mask. Look at everybody. All the kids are not wearing the mask. And if you happen to wear a mask, people actually look at you. People actually look at you, with some thought. So then again, I'm not saying that a particular area, a rural area, is completely oblivious to the threats of COVID-19, but the acknowledgement of threat, the way it is being experienced in an urban area and in a rural area, are completely different. And why has this pattern been seen? Because in the recent Bihar elections, if you observe, huge crowds gathered at Gandhi Maidan and different areas, but how many people were wearing masks? Hardly. In the current the footage of farmer agitation, which was being published in the newspapers that happened on the border areas of Delhi, not many people are wearing the mask. So then again, and they happen to be farmers from very interior villages of Punjab. Why is it so? And is it just a complete apathy, or have the fear of the pandemic completely mitigated from the interior regions of Bihar, or interior regions, or a rural area? That needs to be seen, and that needs to be studied. So then again, when we talk about community participation has a different form of orientation in an urban area and in a rural area, because community participation by itself emanates from and finds its place from a rural area. Now, I teach a paper called Public Policy in MA in Public Administration, and we constantly emphasize the fact that when we mention or use the term rural, it in no way means deprived, poor, or inferior to the urban area. It has its own ecosystem, it has its own pace of growth, it has its own ideology, it has its own way of developing, and has its own complete different trajectory, which may not follow the trajectory of urban development. So when we look at most of the policies designed by the Indian government, right from 1950 to now, what comes to mind is the rural policies are often seen as a poor cousin of urban policies in urban area. So then you will have Garib Kalyan Yojana. Why? Because the policy prior which has been set in the minds of the policy maker is that the rural area has to be looked after, has to be developed, and it's an inferior zone which has to be made at par with the urban zone of development. So then we have often discussed the difference between, or the dichotomy of, urbanization and development. Development is not urbanization. Development is not bringing in more skyscrapers, bringing in technology and completely usurping the culture and the infrastructure of a rural area. So when we look at the concept, or when we look at the community participation factor in a rural area, it is far more close. It is far more together. It has a warm fuzziness to it, which is missing in an urban area. I mean, in New Delhi, you would barely talk to your neighbor unless it is to complain about something or to inquire if your maid has come, or any other sort of a problem. But you would not sit with your neighbor and chat about and discuss about your family. But in a rural area, the community interaction is so close and it's so intimate that one family would know as to what are the kids and what is the family in the staying within the surrounding are up to. What are the kids studying, without slandering. There is very little element of gossip. So then that increases the community participation, that increases the sense of community belongingness. And in the event of a pandemic or any other disaster, it is the community which forms and comes as the first line of defense. So when we look at community participation from a rural perspective, policymakers have a lot to learn, and especially in updating their priors, when they say, or when it is often observed that the development of rural area or the rural area has to be uplifted in order to match the pace and the growth of an urban area. So hence, when I often teach community participation, we look at certain factors. Now, in the ambit or in the zone of COVID, we saw community segregation. The initial cases of COVID in India were tracked down to people who had traveled to the mainland China. Now, community segregation was better practiced in rural areas, which had a higher community interaction, which had a higher interior community interaction. So communities or people within the communities, like not just representatives, but ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, and local heads, they would gather together and make those circles in the market places, or in the school, or in the primary health center, making those markings as to telling people to stand 1 feet apart, 3 feet apart. So then again, these aspects have been observed within the rural community, where rural areas, where community immediately came forward when they were informed by the district administration as to this is what we need to do in order to maintain segregation. A very small, minuscule example which I can share in terms of the same experience being experienced by somebody living in an urban area is what the RWA, Resident Welfare Associations, in various localities did. Sealing off a family or somebody who's been infected, and making sure and taking care of them if they need anything, if they need a medical help, if they have enough supplies, essential commodities with them. And all that aspect is very much prevalent without being overly hyped in rural areas. So then community segregation has, segregation by the community, not community segregation, has played a very important role, where the aspect or the disease has not been seen as something that needs to be completely avoided. Something that needs to be completely shunned. It's not seen as stigma. It's seen as any other disease. All right, the person is infected, you will get better. People are not basing, or people are not anchoring their lives on just one aspect, COVID, and not stopping their lives entirely. And why? Because the sense of security which a community provides is enabling them to do that. Of course, they're not wearing masks, and that is highly dangerous. But that particular sense of security enables them to move forward with their lives. Sensitization, which is also imparted or made known by the community, where WHO advises that a proper hand sanitation has to be maintained, and covering of the mouth, and maintaining a distance of 3 feet. All of that, those social distancing measures and personal etiquettes were very well incorporated by the community. And if we look at our surroundings, our universities, or places where we reside, there is no policing as to you will be fined if you don't wear a mask. Of course, in a marketplace, maybe, but then again, it's the people who are coming up to you, or at least warning you through hand gestures that please pull up your mask, cover your nose as well, and in case if you're feeling a little feverish, please sit in isolation. There is no stigma, at least. Like I do remember 2 of my colleagues were infected in my universities, and the whole Jamia Teacher Association went and arranged plasma, took care of their family. Some of them were from down south who were living in Delhi, and their families could not reach to them in time, so they were hospitalized. And the whole process of recovering was well taken care of by the teaching community. But when it comes to a rural a community in a rural area, the community engagement is very strong. So hence a person or somebody residing in that particular area will not be made to feel isolated, will not be made to feel alone. And hence,
Pooja, you have just 3 minutes left. Pooja, only 3 minutes now. Please.
Okay, and hence this is what the sensitization which has been made by the community in interior villages, in interior areas of villages where the district administration cannot communicate to them through a formal language. The community makes sure that everybody is equally informed. Social fencing, keeping distance, keeping the families who have been infected segregated, following a standard operating procedure as to calling the ambulance, as to notifying the public health official that so and so people are infected, they have interacted with these many people. All of that has been very much done by the community participation. Then again, a proper solidarity. Yes, we are in the middle of the pandemic. Yes, it is a communicable disease. Yes, it spread faster and affects primary organs. Yes, but having said that, maintaining a moral and a physical support to the infected person and the family is very crucial at the time of infection, at the time when they do feel that they might be ostracized. And here comes a very crucial role of a community stating that particular sense of security in the person and their family. So then WHO director says that there is no stigma. This is not the time for stigma. It's a time for solidarity. It's a time for people to know that, by isolating one, tomorrow if they are infected, they might feel the same, they might get the same treatment, and they will then be isolating their loved ones from them. So then again, when we look at the whole structure in a community, particularly in a rural area, why do I keep emphasizing rural area? Because the community participation in a rural area is then again, the sense of security is very high as opposed to what we feel in an urban area. Then again, social services, the accessibility to essential commodity, the accessibility to healthcare, the accessibility to the accessibility to various services has been done by social services. Of course, they have their cons as well, where people started hoarding certain commodities. Like at the start of the pandemic, the prices of sanitizers went up, the prices of masks, they went through the roof. So hence, it does have its own con. But then again, the importance of social services through a community participation cannot be mitigated, cannot be done away with. We've seen several policies, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. We've seen several policies where they are target-based policies, But when we look at these target-based policies, we often wonder as to, have we clearly identified the targeted population? One of the presenters said that there is a case of missing data, where the government does not have data over migrants or data of people who have been afflicted by the pandemic. So then again, when we are looking at certain policies, we need to establish a backward linkage as to identify people who are these people who will be benefited by these policies, and have we identified the right people, or are we just spilling over? Have we just drawn a big bracket, criteria, and we're just including people?
Dr. Pooja, your time is over now, please. Now it is over.
I will just conclude. So then, when I look at the active, there have been several active community engagements, like Break the Chain. These are the examples from Kerala. Break the Chain Kerala, Arogyam portal, COVID Jagrata portal, several engagements where communities have come together and provided emotional support at this particular point of time, when the government is looking at health infrastructure from a completely physical point of view. Community provides a mental health support as well. But having said that, we need to distinguish between growth and development. When we talk about rural area, it's not a backward area, it's not a inferior or a poor area. It has its own trajectory of development. We have to see that. Creating awareness.
Yeah, Pooja, it is over. Please,
yeah.
you have exceeded
And
your
I will
time
end my
limit.
presentation on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for focusing on the role of community leaders in combating the virus spread. Now, all the participants have completed, panelists have completed their presentations, and I am sure all of you will agree with me in saying that they have done justice to the topics they have chosen. Very important and pertinent issues were raised by all the panelists. Now, just to generate lively discussions among the participants, I will try to rewind the crux of the points made by each participant. Dr. Chongpon Aron Aimol has emphasized the importance of ensuring food security in crisis situations by arranging food banks and community kitchens. There is some noises there. I think, will you please mute your mic? All of you may please mute your mic so that we can have uninterrupted hearing. Yeah. Secondly, Dr. Durga Prasad Chetri has looked at the experiences of decentralization reforms of the country, and he emphasized the point that though significant changes have been made in the field, they have not met the desired objectives like transferring resources, functionaries, and capacity to the local governments. Professor Gordon Crawford reflected on the neglect of local governments during the COVID times, comparing the UK and Ghana experiences and the reasons therefore. Dr. Smita Agarwal has pointed out the need for revitalizing the structuring and functioning of local governments to meet the challenges thrown up by the pandemics like this. And she has looked at the problem specifically from the Bihar experience. Professor Saktivel has highlighted the adversarial circumstances in which the Dalit candidates and representatives are forced to work in local governments in Tamil Nadu, affecting their effective functioning. Dr. Pooja Paswan has pointed out in her presentation that the local community is the first responder to any form of crisis like this before the state machinery reaches them. And she has illustrated the point that the community involvement has saved many lives during the pandemic experience of the last 10 months. Now, the floor is open to the enlightened participants in this group. The participants who wish to make a point may please touch raise the hand link on the screen I will call them one by one. Please take note that you need to use the least minimum words as possible, and also address your points to specific speaker. The panelists may please note down the points raised pertaining to their respective presentations. At the end, they can respond one by one. Now it is your turn, and I think I see the hand of Professor Matthew Kurian. Professor Matthew Kurian, please. Matthew Kurian is from the Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, please.
Yes. Dr. Joseph, thank you very much for your invitation. I know the importance of time. At the outset, I wish to congratulate Dr. Joseph and John for organizing such a very informative webinar. My queries would be limited to 2 or 3 or 4 persons. So I'm not elaborating. I'm just giving the points. First, coming to Durga Prasad, he brought down a number of challenges as inhibiting factors in on the road of decentralization. My question is on we are in a corporatized political economy, and if corporates are there even in our bedroom, in our bathroom, in our kitchen, everywhere corporates are there. Our national policies are geared towards these corporates. So how far the local decisions would have impact on, from a political economy point of view, on this large, broad environment in which we are placed? That is question number 1. Then coming to the golden group, you referred to the limitation of private health institutions in managing the pandemic. So my question is, what lesson we have to gather from this? Because Thatcheromics was for the initiation of the so-called neoliberal economics in the world, and now you experience the limitations of that. So what may be the lesson from this? When coming to Smita Agarwal and others, I underline 2 important aspects. One is the social structure, which others, Shakti Velu and Puja, you can also refer to that, because Bihar and Tamil Nadu you referred to. The social structure. If the Indian social structure is like this, entrenched in the so-called caste system and other worn out institutions, and they are getting much more strength in recent times. How we are going to proceed with the so-called decentralized quality? How to circumvent, how to overcome this sort of a big issue? Then specifically, I have a question to the other one. That is, you referred to decentralized planning, which the Keralites, we initiated. But I do have a doubt. When the central government is going away from the process of planning, to what extent we can successfully carry out economic planning locally? So I limit my questions to these. I know that therefore I am limiting here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Matthew Kurian. Then who else next? You can take your chance now. Professor Chatukula, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Joseph. I have 2 questions on my theme, the presentation on the Tamil Nadu case. Number one set of argument is that the panchayats are is a kind of a deficit as far as the resources are concerned, in the sense that there is not enough power, there is not enough functions, functionaries and finance. In that context, how one can understand that there is an option for a post of between 1.5 lakhs to 60 lakhs. And what is that resource for what the people are giving this much of amount for auctioning and getting a post? This is number one. And again on Tamil Nadu, you see the Human Development Index, indices and other reports. Tamil Nadu is one of the best performing states as far as India is concerned on the economic development and social indicator. And the other side, this type of social inequalities and issues are there in the state of Tamil Nadu and very particularly the rural area. See how you can connect these two. I'm just seeing a kind of a disconnect between these two issues and narratives which is coming from the Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
Yes. Who else? Anybody else?
Okay, Joseph.
Yes, Professor Sivanna, please.
Okay,
Professor
thank you,
Sivanna.
Joseph.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor Sivanna.
Compliments for a very well managed timing.
Thank you.
I have just observations. One on again Tamil Nadu. My only comment that why you call them reserved panchayats. Reservation takes place in all panchayats. I think making it very straight away the reserved panchayats somehow doesn't call for it calls for explanation. Second is that with regard to the action of seats, actually, Karnataka right now is going for such incidences. So the argument they are putting that is that for construction of temples, that and all, so they are trying to use this money. But certainly it is very illogical to argue such cases. In fact, the State Election Commission has already ordered to put FIRs. In such cases, FIRs can be made. That's what the Karnataka is very developed. The third part that is, so in spite of these limitations, I did not get any contemporary perspective whether these panchayats were able to manage COVID better or not, with all these limitations, all those things. Whether they could able to do something for the panchayats. That's one. That's for Tamil Nadu. Another I liked was the very good presentation by the professor from England. That a perfect focused presentation I felt in the entire session about the COVID situation. So actually, there is a paradigm shift in even Karnataka, India also, that local governments have been taking a very prime role in managing COVID situations. But the Ghana and England situations almost gives a different picture, where centralization is too much and decentralization almost is not happening at all. In that situation, I still feel that India's situation is better. At least some states, at least southern states, I think Gram Panchayat, local bodies here did have play to play. That's one. The the third observation for me that, so I felt that some of the papers that presented, so they are able to focus more on this seminar theme, that what happens to these institutions, especially the post-COVID situation. So one is that whether institutionally they are capable of handling the situation. That is most important. Capacities are very, very important. Which added to that is we have whether they have a required powers, functions, decision-making powers. I think so. That's the basic questions I thought the papers can argue and make the presentation very well. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. If there's no intervention is forthcoming, I think we can have the responses from Dr. Durga Prasad. It will be there, but I think we can have the responses first and then we can take questions since nobody is coming forward. Now, Dr. Durga Prasad Chetri then can respond now to the questions raised by Professor Matthew Kuria. Professor Durga Prasad, you have some comments or responses?
Thank you, sir. Especially thanks to Professor Matthew for raising very pertinent questions, because as he said rightly, that because of the constraint of time, so we don't have time to explain each and everything. But yes, I mean, I completely agree with you, because I mean, this corporatizations is there, whether it is in the national level or state level or in the local level. But my point is that because see, I mean, until and unless, I mean, there is a certain provisions for to empower the the sub-national government by giving the more autonomy. Say, for example, autonomy not only in the case of functions but also in the case of finance, or even in the case of the the personal management. Because if you take the example, because many of the states they try to come out with some of the act like to establish the the panchayats cadre or the sub-national cadre, but many of them failed, and many of the prominent scholars they also criticize, and the trade union they criticize. Okay, I mean that will lead to the the existence of the parallel bureaucracy and so on and so forth. So I completely agree with Professor Matthew, sir. So this is my response to what he has raised, a very pertinent questions regarding my presentations. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, now Professor Crawford, you had a question from Dr. Matikuria. Professor Crawford.
Yes, thank you very much. I had some difficulty in hearing Dr. Bakukurian's question, but I think he was asking me what lessons could be learned from experiences, particularly in the UK. So if I understood correctly, then let me say that first of all, Professor Samir Amin talked about the liberal virus when referring to the neoliberal hegemony, and I think that's, I also thought that was very appropriate, and it seems especially so in the context of the current pandemic that the neoliberal virus is as problematic as the coronavirus. And in terms of lessons to be learned, I think one important lesson is the crucial role of the state, and that public services, including those provided by local government, are vital in public health promotion and protection. I think the high death toll, the unnecessary death toll in the UK is, excuse me, at least partly attributable to 40 years of reducing the role of the state and increasingly outsourcing state functions to private corporations. And there's a need for a paradigm shift. Thank you.
Now, Professor Shaktivel can respond to the points raised by Professor Chathukulam and Professor Shivanna.
Yes, certainly. I am very thankful, and my presentation has evoked a good response from the participants. And to the questions raised by Professor, why the Panchayat post is being actioned from 1.5 lakh to 16 lakh, and what was the reason, and how he is investing money and how he is getting back. Actually, sir, once the highest bidder by paying 60 or 50 lakh, and he is successful in getting the auctioning. For the next 5 years, all the developmental activities for each and every transaction, every developmental activities, for example, construction of the building, implementing government policies, a percentage of money, I'm not agreeing, I'm not supporting, but I'm telling the fact, percentage of money will be go to the packet of this highest bidder. So naturally, more than that money that they are investing and they are getting back for the 5 years. And the second important question, really, I'm appreciating. In terms of Human Development Index, our state, Tamil Nadu, is doing excellent record, but at the same time, it is a paradox. On the one side, the reserved panchayat level, I told already it was limited with a few reserved panchayats only. But whereas in the rest of the areas, there is a robust economic development, social development I can see. But if we can able to minimize this kind of menace with regard to the reserved panchayat not able to discharge the duties, then definitely if they contribute for the state growth and they contribute for the national economy, and definitely our contributions to the GDP to the national level and our human development index much more better than what we are having presently. And second thing is a Professor Sivana, my senior professor, and I'm deeply disturbed, perturbed that this trend is also taking place in our neighbor states also. And I don't agree, even if they spend money for the temple constructions, even they spend money for any other purpose, social, religious functions, that cannot be accepted on any ground. And another thing is, with regard to the how they are best in managing the COVID-19 pandemic, I should say In the absence of non-functioning of these reserved panchayat, naturally the civil society and NGOs and other organizations, they come into action, and really they are compensating, the absence of the reserved village panchayat. That is what my personal observation. Say, for example, in Kadalur district where I am sitting, in my place, just 7-8 kilometers, there is one reserved panchayat where the reserved panchayats are not allowed to function independently. But in the absence of the panchayat, there are local committee people, local village people, they themselves voluntarily, they come, even in the during the torrential rain also. There is a flood and there is a water, excessive water. And these people, community people, local people, civil society, and they fill the gap and they are in action. And I think the questions raised by Dr. Matthew Kurian, and still the social structure system in Tamil Nadu is still, it is a rigid. At the superficial level, what we can see that 21st century, we have the economic and we have the information communication technological development, but caste is deeply rooted in each and everyone's mind in the rural area, the packets in Tamil Nadu. That is what my humble submission. If you go to the urban area, there you can see limited amount of caste discrimination. But whereas if you go to the rural area, the social structure system is so rigid. And I never bother about my neighbor, his identity, his caste identity. But whereas in the village, the identity speaks, the caste identity speaks, a religious identity speaks. So now we have to focus these issues at the grassroots level. Once we address these issues successfully, and you can expect a much more better society in future. Thank you for your wonderful opportunity and raising a very, very pertinent question. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. We can have some more questions. You can unmute yourself and intervene if you so desire.
See, I was asking why they are called reserved panchayats, Mr. Professor Shaktivelu. Are there any non-reserved panchayats? Conceptually, I'm asking.
No, actually, sir, there is two different nomenclature. We are using reserved panchayat and the general panchayat, the general constituencies. So as per the constitution, there are certain seats in order to empower social.
No, that I understand.
Yes, sir.
Naming them reserved panchayats, somehow I am not against that kind of thing.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Could you understand? Sorry, sir. Against?
No, calling them panchayats, reserved panchayats.
Yes, sir.
Seats are reserved in all panchayats.
Yes, sir.
But calling the reserved panchayats, it takes care whether they are non-reserved panchayats.
Yeah, we have non-reserved panchayat. There is a general panchayat is available. For example, what of time I cannot supplement all the data, sir. We have scheduled caste women, scheduled caste general category panchayat, scheduled tribe women, scheduled tribe general, and women panchayat.
No, that is there in all panchayats, no? Reservation in all panchayats.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Somehow I am using the term reserved panchayats, little I am uncomfortable. You can say reservation panchayats, reservations panchayats. The implication or dynamics reservation panchayats, but not reserved panchayats.
But actually, sir, literatures
Josh can comment on this.
Yeah, literatures which are available, literatures on panchayat, and they widely use to identify, to notice certain panchayats which are exclusively reserved for the SC and ST. So I am not coining the words. I am not coining the word. It is widely used by the political scientists, by the scholars, and I use because I am not permitted to use on my own convenience.
Anyway, fine.
Yes.
Yeah, there is somebody at the Duma. Yeah, you just.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think Duma Lama is trying for that. You unmute.
So first you unmute, then you raise your question, my dear friend. Okay, then we can move to other participants. I think he's unable to unmute. Sorry.
Yes. Anybody else?
This is Dr. Sendil.
Yes.
Hello,
please.
this is Dr. Sindel.
Yes, Dr. Sindel, please.
Yeah, I have my observation and I think of a little bit clarification from Professor Dr. Saktivel said. And in his deliberation, he has quoted that the identity of a particular caste is highly prevailing in rural area compared with urban sectors. But when you scrutinize or observe during the happening of conduction of elections, see, even urban people also involves in identification of caste. Even we know very well that people are given seats for chairmen or ward members and even MLAs on the basis of caste only. So suppose in case if Kadalur district is there, then the higher authority who are in the higher echelons, they just see how much percentage in the particular MLA constituency. So comparatively, even we can say this caste identity, even the conduction of government functioning or government machinery is elected or selected on the basis of caste only. This is my observation, sir. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Sindel Kumar, my colleague, for raising a very interesting question. Actually, my dear friend, as you and me, we are all hailing from the rural area in Tamil Nadu. The degree of caste feeling and attachment with my own caste people or my own religious people, which is different from rural to urban area. There is a cross voting of the caste people with regard to the urban area, where if you see at the rural area, taking the previous elections, the percentage of voting in the rural area, a more number of votes, that particular caste group people, they vote to the particular caste candidate only. But if you come to the metropolitan city, for example, Chennai, Coimbatore, or even other metropolitan city, where you can see there is a cross voting of the caste people to the other candidate also. So that is the sense, and that I wanted to make it very clear. Compared with the rural factors in urban area, the issues are pertinent. The feeling and the attachment with particular caste or the group is very high, and this can be evident from elections, allotment of the candidate, etc., etc. Thank you for your question.
So many Periyars and Narayana Gurus, they tried to establish a casteless society. But even as well said by Dr. Saktivel sir, and even at the 21st century, we are enjoying the internet revolution, everything. But still, we are discriminating ourselves on the basis of caste. Even educated people.
Paradox of our Indian society.
Even educated people also.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Yeah, may I ask one question, Professor Joseph?
Yes, please, Professor Satikula, please.
Yeah, you see, when I have a question directly to Pooja Paswan on the role of community participation in the rural area, I would like to see when the equations, very particularly in terms of caste, in terms of class, and in terms of gender. And you see, then actually these kind of factors, how they interact, and what are the major issues for a kind of a community participation in the rural areas in that context. And also your understanding on the real community participation, whether these institutions of panchayat or the local government or caste-based institutions also in some areas, whether they are actually impediments of real community participation, or what type of things we have to make as far as these issues are concerned. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Pooja, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for the question. You mentioned gender response, and you also mentioned the response of different communities. Now, if we observe the role of women or the burden on the work of women in urban area as opposed to the rural area, there is a stark difference, because working women have complained that during lockdown, their burden, the burden of the work that they do for the office and the work that they do at home has been clubbed, and it's actually more of a burden, where their social aspect, when they used to go to the office, interact with the colleague, and ease out and release the stress, that is missing. But in the rural area, the community, like I said, they still meet, the women, they still meet. The work, the burden has not increased, but it's more or less being shared equally. Where, like giving my example, I'm looking after the house also. My mother is also helping, and since there is no maid, all my colleagues, female colleagues, have been complaining that there is an overburden of work, classes, presentation, preparing, writing papers, and managing the house as well. So having said that, when I was speaking to a few of my relatives back in the district of Sitamarhi, they said the life is normal, although they have to wear mask and segregation, but the life is normal. Then again, their interaction with people in their community hasn't phased or changed as much, although they are keeping a distance, but there is no added difference. Having said that, when I talk about community participation, I mentioned at the start, it's different. It's a different form of engagement when we look at the rural sphere, rural areas as compared to the urban areas. In urban areas, the community participation is very generic. It's very specific. So you will have resident welfare association coming together to celebrate some festival or looking after a particular colony, or very goal specific. Whereas in a rural area, the community participation is largely based on your sense of identity. If you belong to a particular caste, or you belong to a particular community, the community participation is also based on your locality. If you've been living there, regardless of whichever caste you belong to. I'm giving the example of Bihar. But if you've been living there for generation, you will be a part of the community. You will be a part of the culture. You will be a part of their day-to-day narratives. So then again, this is what differentiates between community participation. Because this is my understanding, of course, between an urban area from a rural area. And then when we look at the decentralization and the whole process of decentralization of the government, the whole process was there to initiate the devolution of political power. But what has been its impact on women? Because we still have the concept of sarpanch patis, which I have observed in the district of Rajasthan. We do have the concept of a ghost sarpanch, where the husband of the woman sarpanch exercises most of the legislation, exercises most of the power. So having said that, this is my understanding. This is my understanding of a community participation and how it emanates and grows and evolves in a rural area. And in an urban area, if it's a first generation officer who comes to New Delhi on his first posting, we'll be looking for that kind of a warmth, or that kind of a feeling of community participation. So then again, I like I said, this is my perception.
Yes. Yes, I think nobody else is waiting.
Can I have a questions, please?
Yeah, please. Yeah, Professor Oli Tronquist, please. No, I think he's.
Is Budh Bahadur Lama speaking?
Yeah, please, Professor Lama, please. Lama, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is Budh Bahadur Lama speaking from Sikkim University.
Yeah.
So without wasting time, I will directly go to the questions. My questions, I have two questions. One is for Dr. Durga Prasad Chetri, and the other one is for Dr. Pooja Paswan. For Dr. Durga Prasad Chetri, when he said at the end of his presentation, he says the strong decentralization will have the strong, local government or localism. Now the point is that we have seen decentralization. When we talk about the different issues in decentralization, we have seen that decentralization has not been reached to the ground level or to the community level, whereas we have seen the concept of decentralization has been confined to the very strong local leader or very strong local bureaucrats, not to the citizens, not to the common people. So when he says that like strong decentralization, that means, is it like a strong local leader or bureaucrats? That's clarifications which I want. And or he talks about strong decentralization means, of course, there is a very strong citizen participations and all. So now second question, it goes to Pooja Paswan. We have seen that when we see the entire scenario, historical scenario of India, the people of India have been treated as a subject by the British for more than 200 years. And then we have that perception, still we expect a lot of things from the state, and we consider state as a provider. So we think the state should provide these things for the health facilities. We fully depend on the state, the way the subjects used to be. Now the point is this: when the transition has taken place, when we consider ourselves as a citizens means the moment we are going to challenge the power of the government. Now the point is this: when we challenge the power of the government, then the situations, then the conflicts, then some kind of disputes arises. Now the point is this: when you talk about community participations, the thing is that community participations, to have a real community participations, or I call personally that is a citizen engagement rather. Now when we have that citizen engagement, of course the citizen engagement will challenge the power, the very power and the authority of the local leader, as well as even the local bureaucrats also. Now, how to come out with a very comprehensive, solutions to consider that citizens, bureaucrats, and the local leaders, they considered as these three are the partners. So these three will have the actual participations or engagement in the decision making process. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Dr. Durga Prasad.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Buddha, for raising a very important question. Because as I said that because of the time constraints, so we don't have a time to explain each and every point that I raised, because I have a more than 23 pages paper. So anyway, it's a very good question, because yes, I said because I try to see the whole the notions of these decentralized reforms from the perspectives of these new localisms, which I said also that. This is not only for localisms, as I said, does not refer only to the local government, but also to interplay of the number of actors. So I'm not saying that it is only because there is a devolution of the power and there is a decentralization. That does not mean, because what I'm trying to say is that because when there is a transition from decentralization to localism, then I mean to say here is that there should be a vibrant, there should be a reinvigorated local governance. And that is also working with the partnership with the other actors. And I also said that there should be a complete autonomy, because say, for example, even in the case of autonomy, because I have the long list, because I try to see, autonomy from the perspectives of, say, for example, a new perspective, from both initiatives and the immunity. So if you see some of the Gram Panchayats or the Panchayat Raj system in India, power of both immunity and initiative is not there. Even power of initiative is there, but not immunity. And in most of the cases, power of immunity and not initiative. So neither the power of initiative nor immunity. So this is one of the the classifications by one of the very important scholars, Clark. But my focus is on especially on four autonomy of, like, say, for example, structural autonomy, functional autonomy, fiscal autonomy, personal autonomy. So when you see all these things also, I mean, until and unless, there is a no strong localized. So strong localization does not mean that only the devolutions of the power. It does not mean only the devolutions of power or giving the autonomy. But I also mean here, because I also, try to see or flag the issues on, not only the democracy or the deepening of rural democracy, but I also, discuss about the autonomy, in fact, different types of autonomy and community leadership, which is completely missing. If you see the Panchayati Raj structure of the Panchayati Raj, the working of decentralization in India, and more importantly, the engagement, people's engagement, because until and unless, I mean, there is no people's engagement, because the active participation of citizen is the basis of, the healthy functioning and the legitimacy of the democracy. But these are missing. I mean, there are some formal channels are there. In some cases, okay, I mean, because of the Gram Sansad in West Bengal or Palli Sabha in Orissa, I mean, participations are there. But as far as civic engagement concerned, because when I say civic engagement here, it includes all the activity ranging from voluntary works and organizational involvement to electoral participation. So I'm not referring here what Robert Putnam said, because he is the one first popularized the term, the civic engagement. And similarly, decision making, when Robert Dahl try to see the decision making from the 5 different perspectives, includes effective participation. These things are not there. Though I mean some of the paper presenter talks about the reservations, and the reservation has increased the their participation. Yes, but that is, there is no voice of these the sections of the population, even if they attend, say for example, in Gram Sabha meeting, or say for example in Gram Sansad meeting or Palli Sabha or Wat Sabha. So there is a lack of space of participation. So the problem with the local democracy system is that there is a lack of communications, and there is no room for voice for the community. So therefore, peoples are, frustrated that their voice are not being heard. Okay, and that is why I'm saying that there is a need for that does not mean that only to devolution of political power. That doesn't mean only the because in the COVID situation also, in many cases, like I'm from Sikkim state, so in many of the cases, the Gram Panchayat called the meeting of Gram Sabha. They pass the resolutions. Okay, we will not allow the tourists to visit in our Gram Panchayat unit, but they have to withdraw immediately because they have to follow the guidelines of the state government. So that means they don't have any structural autonomy. They don't have any the financial autonomy. They don't have any also the personal autonomy. Like say for example, Bihar, Karnataka, Goa, they come out with the bill regarding the the formation of the panchayat cadres. But immediately after that, there's if you see the reactions from the people, even the LC Jain, one of the very prominent scholars in public administration, and he has come out with one very important books, and in fact he is the one of the member of the the planning commission also earlier. He said that, so I will not agree with this, the panchayat cadres or the subnational cadre, because this will create a kind of parallel bureaucracy. So I am completely against them. So keeping all this in mind and having said all these things, so even in the case of decentralization, say for the decentralization means, it's not that just to give the political power or to the election, because one of the very prominent scholars of public administrations, and also he is also the very prominent scholar in this political science, John Dewey, he said that you have to reinvigorate the democracy, so, because democracy is a mission. So until and unless there is no deepening of democracy with the participation of not only the elected representative, because in many cases in India, everywhere there is a participation of only elected members. So many of the peoples, the citizens, they are not participating. There is no any voluntary participation. So that means we can try, the reinvigorate the the democratic systems also. So that is precisely the reasons why I said that stronger decentralizations will help to make the strong kind of localization, or in other words, I mean the new localism. So that is why I try to answer the my questions, which is there in the title of my paper, that are the Indian local governments are ready for new localism. The question is, answer is certainly no, because these things are not there. Because many of the local government, they have yet to enjoy the the autonomy, like structural autonomy, fiscal autonomy. There's absence of civic engagement, no development of this community leadership, there's a leadership is there, only elected leadership. Where is the community leadership? So that is why in the case of this type of situation in the COVID-19, many of the panchayats, they are not involved at all, except few exceptions like in Orissa. I mean, the government of Orissa, they pass and they give the power to the panchayat. But in other states, no. So I hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr.
Professor Gurkha Prasad, this is not a question, it's only an appreciation to you in the sense that the power to initiative and the immunity has not been widely discussed in the literature on decentralization as far as this country is concerned. I should appreciate you that you have introduced these two concepts in the Indian context of decentralization. Excellent.
Yeah.
True. Thank you, sir. Even localism also, new localism also not mentioned by any scholar till date in the context of India, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Pooja Prasanna, would you like to have a quick response to the points raised by Professor Lama?
Yes, sir. Professor Lama, I will answer your question in one line. We have to assume and make the citizen believe that they are stakeholders in the development. In your question, you kept saying that citizens are now challenging the power of the state. Now, if we look at and if we study the concept of power and devolution of political power from this perspective, we will always be in conflict with the state. As in, who has more power, who should usurp more power, and does an institution, state, judiciary, executive, or political institution having more power is serving its citizen well or not? We will always be engrossed in these questions. But when we look at the concept of good governance, it talks about including citizens in the decision-making process, making them stakeholders, making them more participative, practicing more participatory government, and through which the whole concept of engaging citizens in the decision-making process will actually make a way forward when people feel that the political executives are not just masters as how it is being portrayed right now, but they are there because they are there to assist them. If you look at the example of United States and the immense political responsibility that the citizen over there exhibited, Trump could not have continued with a second term. But however, pulling this concept back to India, when we look at this whole concept from a village, or a local government zone, we have to see that the people, apart from being well representative, as it is mentioned by 1/3 seats reserved for women, 1/3 seats reserved for SC women, etc., they're feeling that they are being represented in and as stakeholders, that they have equal voices in the decision making should also be there. If it's not there, people will continue to feel that they have to take away power from the state. State will continue to feel that they have to rule over the people, and this will not make way for any progress as possible. I will just end here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pooja. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Pooja, for your nice response. And I think it is time to conclude the session now. We had a very nice session. A lot of information was generated and disseminated to the participants on this particular subject. And I am sure all of us agreed on the point that we need to strengthen local governments to address the calamities like this, COVID. The Panchayati Raj institutions need to be given more functions, funds, and functionaries to make it effective local governments. And they need to be protected from the excessive interventions from the bureaucracy and also from the national or state level actors. No doubt, the local governments should become effective governmental functionaries with executive powers on local issues. Let us hope that this crisis situation will become instrumental in revamping the role and functions of Panchayati Raj institutions in this session. On this note of optimism, we can end this session. I am particularly thankful to all the panelists for strictly adhering to the time limits, and also to all the participants for making the discussions lively and enriching. Most importantly, I am extremely thankful to the main organizers of this program, Professor Jos Chattukulam and Professor M.S. John, in taking the pains to organize such a mega international academic event. And congratulations to both of them on that count too. We look forward to your lively participation in the ensuing sessions over the next 4 days. Thank you all and good night. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Professor Joseph, I feel that you need a big thanks from our side, and all the participants and the panelists would like to thank you for the way in which you conducted this session in an excellent manner, in the timely manner. I would like to say that there for the coming 4 days, and you have made a kind of a trend setting as far as this chairing of the sessions are concerned. For your excellent chairing, I would like to thank you once again. Excellent way, wonderful. Thank you, Professor Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chattukulam, for your nice words. Thank you all. Yeah.